The company started actually as a distributor team. One of the two founders are Greek. One actually lives in Athens, the other one lived in San Francisco. So they started building this product for themselves, and then eventually built what it is today, which is the leading marketplace for freelance work, around the world. Just a few numbers about where we are today. There's about 10 million freelancers in the world, doing close to $1 billion every year, and we pretty much operate in every country and do everything from IT, software development, mobile, gaming, all of that stuff, to non-IT work like marketing, writing, design, translation, customer support, sales, all of that kind of stuff. And then we're actually very present here in the Ukraine. I run the product and engineering team within the company. So just in my team alone, we have close to 100 people here in Kiev and elsewhere in the Ukraine. And generally, we have about 50,000 freelancers in the Ukraine that earn about $60 million a year on the platform. So it's definitely one of our key countries. It also tends to be a country where there's very high satisfaction from clients. So it's definitely one area that we want to continue investing in. That's what I just said. But that's enough about the company. What I thought I would talk about today was more how you build a marketplace, from scratch, and things that we've learned at Odesk. I also worked at eBay for 7 years before, so I've seen the eBay saga a little bit as well. And hopefully some of these tips might be helpful to you guys if you're either investing in marketplace businesses or building marketplace businesses yourself. So probably the first thing, and some of these are buzzwords from Silicon Valley, and I apologize, but hopefully they make sense to people. One of the buzzwords is what people call product market fit. And the idea of product market fit is, as an early stage startup, you want to make sure that the idea that you have that you think is the best idea in the world is something that people actually want to buy, right? And you've reached product market fit when you've got a certain number of people who are actually willing to buy your service. And until you're there, nothing else really matters. And one of the key talk about these days is do things that don't scale, right? This is not the time when you need to build a huge, sales strategy or spend a lot of money on marketing. Typically, as the founder of an early stage company or the investor that's helping them, you're probably going to be the ones recruiting the first buyers and recruiting the first sellers yourself. You're probably the best, salesperson and the best marketing vehicle there is. Actually, quite possibly, and a lot of marketplaces start that way, you might be the seller yourself. Marketplaces are two-sided business. It's hard to start because until you have buyers, you can't get sellers, and until you have sellers, you can't get buyers. One of the ways to break the chicken and egg issue is to be the seller yourself, right? So this is the number one goal for an early stage company, getting to the point where you've recruited a few dozen or a few hundred buyers, a few dozen or a few hundred sellers. Do whatever it takes to get there. Until you're there, it probably doesn't matter all that much. This is also not the stage where market size matters, and I realize investors in the room might always think I need to invest in a quadrillion-dollar business, otherwise it's not useful. In a marketplace, at the beginning, the smaller the market is, the more likely it is that you'll actually get to liquidity, which is the next topic I'm going to be talking about. And so the goal at this stage is really not to focus on something big. If it's a local business, probably what you want to do is a couple of streets, next to where you live. If it's a college type of business and you're a student, then it's probably your university. This is not the time when you need to try to conquer the world and make sure that whatever works in your city works around the world. You'll have that time at that point, but the first thing is to get to product market fit. It's also the time to validate some assumptions about the market. Marketplaces tend to do very well when the two sides of the market are very fragmented. So if there's only a small number of buyers or just a small number of sellers in the entire world, then the value that you bring as the intermediary between the buyer and the seller is pretty low. And that's another expression that people have in Silicon Valley is, if you want to be a successful business, you need to sell aspirin, painkiller, not vitamins. Nice to have, sell something that solves a true pain point. And in marketplaces, what that means is high fragmentation. You know, if you've got millions of buyers on one side trying to meet millions of sellers on the other, typically people can't meet on their own without you being the intermediary. If it's a business where you've only got a handful of buyers buying from a handful number of sellers, then you're going to bring very little value, and it's going to be really hard for you to be successful. So that's probably phase one, getting to product market fit. Phase two, actually that's going to be the next slide. But the other key things to keep in mind as you build these businesses is to really understand what are the key metrics that are driving the business. And it's easy enough to come up, in this day and age where you have big data and it's easy to pull all sorts of reports. It's easy to get to having hundreds and hundreds of metrics, but at the end of the day, if you do that, you have no idea what you're really doing. So the key thing is to understand the true key metrics, and typically it's less than 5, that drive your business, and those are the ones that you want to be tracking daily, and they're the ones that you want to be on top of. So to give you an example, at Odesk and Elance, what we track are things like number of new signups of clients every day, fill rate of jobs, what percentage of jobs are actually being filled, and then success, like when a job does get filled, do the client and the freelancer like the outcome of the contract? So it's only 3, and we're $1 billion business, right? So if you're a small business, don't start tracking 50. 3 is probably good enough, but then you really need to understand what those 3 really mean and how you can actually change them. One of the characteristics of metrics that tend to matter a lot in marketplace businesses is what's known as leading indicator as opposed to lagging indicator. And as an example, revenue tends to be a lagging indicator. It's the outcome of everything else that happens before. And by the time revenue materializes, it comes from things that you've done a year ago. And so if you did them wrong, then you just lost a year of your life and a year of funding, which is always hard to catch up on. So try to understand what are the leading indicators that will predict what revenue will look like. So as an example, signups today will generate a lot of revenue in 18 months, right? And that's why we track signups of today. It's very actionable. We can figure out, what are the marketing channels, what are the sales channels that are working for us, fully knowing that, if you acquire this type of client today, you're going to generate this kind of revenue a year and a half from now. Another cut of metrics that is pretty essential to master when you're building a marketplace business is cohort analysis. So this, initially when you're brand new, every one of your customers is new, right? And so they all have the same, seniority within your user base, and so they probably all contribute the same amount of revenue. However, what typically happens is over time, you've got recurring users, people who've been in the system for a while, and they tend to have a very different behavior from the new users. And if you've been around for a long time, like eBay, the vast majority of your revenue of today comes from the existing users. Even if your business is growing fast, the new users contribute very little. And the problem with that is if new users are behaving differently, and in particular, if they're not behaving as well as the existing users, then it may take you years before you realize that's happening. And by then it's too late. If you wait 3 years, then your new users will have become 50% of your existing user base. And if they don't contribute as much to revenue, or they tend to generate lower quality, then you've wasted 3 years figuring it out. So again, analyzing cohorts, the people who started in January versus the people who started in February versus the people who started, later, helps you understand early what are the key trends, and if you need to take action, allows you to take action faster. Another probably important topic in metrics, and this probably is not just for marketplaces, but it seems to be definitely an issue for marketplace businesses is seasonality. Whatever industry you're operating in, there might be a cycle where buyers spend more money, or they're more likely at certain times in the year than others. And if you're looking at month-over-month growth as an example, you might be very excited one month and think wow, this is huge acceleration, and then get really depressed the next month because it's stagnating or even it's potentially falling. If you're in retail, it's quite likely that the holiday season is a really big season for you. If you're in recruiting like us, then the holiday season might actually be catastrophic for you because people are busy shopping for the holiday season. They're not busy recruiting at that point. So understanding seasonality is essential. And probably one thing that's related to it when you look at year-on-year growth rates is to understand what your growth rate looked like the previous year. You know, if you had a stellar October last year, then having the same growth of year-on-year this, you know, October compared to last October might be extremely hard. And conversely, for whatever reason your business was not doing well in October of last year, you might feel very happy that your year-on-year growth rate looks good, but that may be just artificial. It's just a 1 month lapping effect. So understanding this is also pretty critical in understanding how your business is doing. So getting back to, you know, the second phase of a marketplace business is what people call liquidity. And again, that's, you know, one of those buzzwords. What does liquidity mean? There's no perfect definition, but it essentially means that, you know, buyers are likely to find what they want, right? And typically you measure that by some form of conversion rate. You know, in our world, it's what we call fill rate, you know, the percentage of jobs that are actually being filled by a freelancer. And, you know, typically until you get to the, you know, 40, 50, 60% range, you're basically creating more bad experiences than good experiences. You know, if somebody comes to buy in your system and they don't end up buying, they're not going to be very happy about it. And typically unhappy customers tend to tell, you know, all of their friends about how much your site is terrible. And then conversely, when you have a high liquidity, then you start to have, you know, pretty high predictability. As a customer, I know that when I go to this site and I have a specific need, I'm very likely to get what I want. I'm very happy with the results, and I'm more likely to tell other people good things about it. You know, one of the key things about liquidity is you can be very liquid in a subset of your market and very illiquid in another subset of your market. So understanding this by, you know, whatever breakdown of categories you have in your system really matters. And that's another reason for starting small. You know, it's much easier to get to liquidity in a, you know, if it's a local business in a single zone, 5-mile radius. You know, when you see local businesses start, they typically start in a neighborhood and then they get to an entire city. And then when they feel like, okay, I'm ready to scale this, they might launch a couple other cities to know that they know how to replicate their success. And then eventually, you know, like Airbnb and Uber and all those guys, you know, start launching new cities every day because they have the cookie cutter approach to it. But really liquidity, you know, until you're there, it's not the time to expand your business. It's the time to actually focus on that particular area until you feel like you've nailed it. And then it's, you know, at that point that you can scale. You know, the other thing that's important in a marketplace business is you've got two sides. You've got buyers and sellers. And so liquidity works both ways, right? You need to have the right balance between demand and supply. And, you know, it's very different for different marketplaces, but typically one side is easier to fill than the other. You know, like if you look at our example, there's many more people in the world that are looking for jobs than jobs that are available, right? So getting a lot of freelancers on the marketplace has always been relatively easy. Getting a lot of clients on the marketplace, on the other hand, tends to be the bottleneck. So really understanding, you know, where those trade-offs are can help you decide, you know, where to focus more of your energy. That being said, you know, quantity is only one factor. At the end of the day, what you need is not the right number of freelancers or the right number of sellers on your marketplace. You need to have the right type of freelancers, you know, like, you know, there are categories for us, for instance, in mobile, you know, where mobile development is actually seller constrained. We have more buyers, you know, people who want to build a mobile game or a mobile app, than we have qualified freelancers who know and have, you know, demonstrated that they can build mobile apps. So even in a, you know, a market that is somewhat supply constrained, there might be categories where the constraint is actually, you know, buyer supplied or the opposite. So the, you know, the other really big topic for marketplaces is around trust. You know, at the end of the day, you know, if you go back to when eBay got started, which, you know, arguably is probably the first successful online marketplace in the world, you know, historically, at the beginning it was a crazy idea, right? I mean, why on earth would a buyer and a seller who don't know each other and have no reason to trust each other start exchanging, you know, some amount of value? You're selling an item, shipping it over the you know, the mail system, hoping that the buyer is going to pay you, and as a buyer you're going to pay, hoping that you receive the goods and that the goods are actually what you think they're going to be. And you know, people are obviously more comfortable doing this today than they were 15 years ago, but it remains a key pain point, and one that should be, you know, a top focus for a marketplace, is building this trust, breaking the fear of both the buyer and the seller that, you know, things are not going to go the way they want them to, and that they're going to get ripped off. And there's, you know, all sorts of techniques that marketplaces have used over the years. I'm a product guy, so I'm talking more about product things, but if you're a marketer, there's all sorts of things around branding that really matter. You know, eBay stands for something, and it's really hard to change your brand. You know, like no matter how you invest in product to, you know, change the features, change the pricing, and all of that stuff, once your brand means something in the mind of the consumer, it's relatively hard to change. On the product side, there's, you know, several components that can help with trust. Probably the most recent one that marketplaces have been using is what's known as proof. And the idea behind social proof is I don't necessarily trust what a random person is saying about, you know, the marketplace or about the seller, but I'm much more likely to trust people that I know, right? And in this day where social graphs are everywhere, you know, like Facebook is there, Twitter is there, LinkedIn, what have you, being able to say, you know, so-and-so person who you know somehow has, you know, recommended this marketplace or recommended this particular seller leads to a, you know, very significant amount of trust. You know, and if you look at how Airbnb handles it, you know, like you can find the rooms that an Airbnb, you know, buyer who happens to be a friend of yours has recommended, and that, you know, usually makes you feel a lot better than just, you know, random person that you don't know likes the room that the seller is selling. So it doesn't work for every business. You know, in our example, I don't think we've reached the scale where you would be likely to find people that you know who would recommend a freelancer. You know, the market is a little bit too fragmented for this to work. But if you're building something a little bit more local, or something that maybe a slightly more, you know, niche and targeted market, it might be something that works extremely well. You know, there's an example in the US, there's a company that focuses on finding babysitters for parents. And, you know, like trusting a stranger to take care of your kids is pretty scary. And so when you sign up, they ask you questions like, you know, which soccer team does your kid belong to, which school do they go to, and then they tell you, hey, this babysitter has been recommended by such and such parent that you might know. And that's extremely reassuring for parents, and that's how they build trust. You know, other classic ways of building trusts, one of them is building a feedback system. And, you know, it's a classic. You ask people to leave a, you know, 5-star score between 1 and 5. And it's actually much harder than people think. And there's essentially 2 reasons for it. One is wrong incentives. You know, me as a buyer, if I don't like the seller, I'm just never going to be using them again. And I don't really find a particularly compelling reason to tell everybody else. And so you find that getting trustworthy feedback from buyers and sellers in a marketplace is actually relatively hard. And if you're collecting feedback that is not trustworthy, then it's actually misleading. You know, having a provider that's, you know, got 5-star feedback, but ultimately is not all that reliable, ends up, you know, destroying trust much more than it builds trust. And so finding mechanisms to encourage users to be truthful and making sure that you can filter out the noise from the real signal is pretty critical in building a feedback system. You know, one example that, you know, has been done by several companies recently is to have essentially 2 feedback scores, one that is public, you know, please tell the world what you think about this particular individual, and another one that's private, which is please tell us what you think about that individual. And using the difference between those 2 is extremely powerful for the marketplace to actually understand what the quality of that particular buyer or seller might really be. You know, another key feature that you want to build is a dispute resolution mechanism. You know, if the buyer and the seller don't agree on something, there needs to be some kind of mediation system where ideally you don't get involved, the 2 parties just talk about it, but ultimately if they can't get to an agreement, then you need to get involved. And that's probably the, you know, one of the key things about building trust is having a great customer support team that is empowered to make decisions, you know, not robots, and is willing to take losses. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't always work out. Sometimes the buyer is fraudulent, sometimes the seller is fraudulent, sometimes nobody is fraudulent, but just there's a general misunderstanding. And the economics of a marketplace tend to be relatively rich, and you should design inside of your business model the fact that you're going to be taking losses. At the end of the day, somebody's going to lose money. It's either going to be you or the buyer or the seller. And if it's the buyer or the seller, then you've created A, you've probably lost a customer. B, you've probably lost a lot of other customers because they're going to say horrible things about you. If, on the other hand, you end up taking the loss, then usually people are not happy, even if they didn't happy with the fact that they didn't get what they were here for, but you're less likely to generate a really bad outcome. So like building that into your business model, understanding that there's going to be something like 1% of transaction volume that is going to go to your books as opposed to losses in the system is pretty essential. Another key thing that is maybe a little bit more of a recent development, and definitely when early on at eBay, we didn't have the technology to do this, is what's known as experimentation, right? One of the things that's pretty unique about marketplace businesses compared to, let's say, a regular e-commerce website is the fact that you have two different stakeholders, a buyer and the seller, and they're both in there for their own business, not for you and not for the other guy. And, it's a little bit like when governments change the tax rules. You think that you know what's going to happen, but people change their behaviors to maximize their own, utility, their own profits. And therefore, these businesses are hard to predict. If you change pricing, you change rules around dispute resolution, you change features on the site itself, you might predict that things are going to go one way, but really, different users are going to start using the site. Some people that used to be using it are going to leave because they don't like what you changed. Other people that weren't using the site are going to come in, and then people that stay might still change their behavior. And these things tend to be really hard to predict, and unless you have a way of experimenting, you're always going to be, guessing and hoping, but typically you're going to be a little bit scared about what happens to your business. Nowadays, there's all sorts of tools to build, A/B testing infrastructure. So being able to test, one version of your product against another, and you should definitely build those. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is again, it's a connected business, right? There are two parties, and unless you're able to isolate a sub-market, like a part of your business that is somewhat self-contained and where you can do the experiment is going to bleed over to other parts of the market. So it's easier for like local businesses. Like if you take eBay used to experiment a lot in Australia. Australia is a fairly self-contained business. It's relatively small, so if you mess it up, it doesn't impact the business too much. But it's also a relatively good predictor for what the rest of the world is going to look like. So you do your experiment in Australia. If it fails, then you stop it. Then you run it in the rest of the world. Another important things about marketplace businesses, people always talk about the long tail, and I think people tend to forget what it really means. Long tail means that distributions in marketplaces tend to not be normally distributed. So sorry if I'm a geek here, and it sounds like, reminds you of statistics and applied math that you might have taken in college, but a lot of tools that are designed to do experiments and measuring A/B tests assume that distributions are normal. And when you have a long tail distribution, which is known as a log normal distribution, all of these tools fail. To go and do a stats course here, but you should find people that are experts at this, because otherwise what you might find is you think that an experiment is better than the control group, and it turns out that that's not the case at all. And unless you understand the math behind it, you're going to make a lot of really wrong decisions. So another advanced topic, which again has been a little bit of a recent development in the marketplace business, we all used to build marketplaces that looked a little bit like classifieds websites, like sites like Gumtree or Craigslist, where essentially every buyer could buy, every seller could sell. We would show items by the order in which they appeared, whole list, and it's a little bit Darwinian, like some people get lucky and they have a great experience. Some people are naive and they have a bad experience, and the marketplace was really passive about it. If you look at modern marketplaces, they tend to be controlling the ecosystem a lot more. And one of the ways you control is what's known as matching, right? And the idea behind matching is to say, we don't have to show every buyer to every seller, and we don't have to show every seller to every buyer. And in fact, on the internet, it's typically pretty easy to get people to do what you need them to do. So if you have a strong belief that this particular seller should be matched with this particular buyer, you can build user experiences that really promote those kinds of matches. And the key technology behind this is data science, right? At the end of the day, as your site becomes big enough, you've got tons of data about past behaviors, who are the best buyers for specific types of goods, who are the best sellers for specific types of goods. And the goal is to learn over time using machine learning algorithms and become really good at understanding who you need to match against whom. Probably not something you do early on, but as the business grows, that's probably one of the biggest competitive advantage you can build against competitors. Like big data, whoever has the biggest amount of data wins. And if you're the #1 player in this space and you're really good at it, it's incredibly hard for somebody to catch up. Another topic that's been pretty hot lately is around curation. And this one is, a little bit of an art, I would say, at this stage. I don't think there's a lot of science. But the idea behind curation is to say, you choose who participates in your marketplace. Not everybody has the right to sign up either as a buyer or as a seller. You should be able to have rules that define who is welcome on the marketplace and who is not. And the key trade-off here is if you do this too early and you do it maybe a little bit too strong, then you're going to kill your growth, right? If you suddenly block 90% of the buyers or 90% of the sellers from participating, then it's going to be really hard for your business to grow. The converse to that is if you don't do it at all, you're really not in control of the quality of the marketplace. And if you're trying to target a slightly high-end segment or people that have expectations around quality and predictability of outcomes, and you let everybody go through, you might destroy your brand. And as I said earlier, once your brand is, it doesn't really matter how good your product is, nobody's going to trust you anymore. And so there's that trade-off of, if you do it too early, you kill your growth. If you do it too late, you kill your brand. And there's no science behind this. It's really just, keeping an eye on it and thinking about what is the right time to introduce curation into the marketplace. But knowing that it needs to happen at some point. There is a point where the number of new entrants in the marketplace is such that you have to control who gets to participate and who needs to get out. And then, of course, there's the topic of how do you make money. And the idea here is it's not just how you build revenue for the company. It's also how you select which kinds of participants are going to be successful or not, right? So there's several classic monetization strategies for marketplaces. Some people do a subscription model. Some people do a listing fee model where a job or to apply to a job, you need to pay money. And some marketplaces do a transaction fee model where you take a cut of every transaction. And of course, you can have a hybrid. In the case of Elance, we have all three of them combined. And then, of course, you can have a marketplace where the buyer pays, you can have a marketplace where the seller pays, and you can have a marketplace where both parties are paying. And I think the point here is it's not just about how you generate money for the company, it's also like how do you build the right incentives for the people that you really want to go after to stay in the marketplace. So to give you an example, on Odesk today, we take a 10% transaction fee, right? That's the only way we monetize. Now, the problem with that is we have jobs at $3 an hour where a 10% fee is 30 cents an hour, and that's incredibly cheap, and we're probably leaving a ton of money on the table. And then we have experts that charge $150 an hour, and then we charge them $15 an hour of fees, and they tend to think that it's outrageous, right? So we don't have a particularly good pricing model from the standpoint of being able to address both the low-end side of the market and the high-end side of the market. So these things really matter because what happens in our case is the high-end tends to, disintermediate. Basically, they want to work on their own, whereas the low-end is basically, willing to pay a lot more, and we're not being able to capture that demand. And so, like building the right incentives here goes beyond just, building revenue for the company. It goes into essentially self-selection. People will come to the marketplace if they're better off working with you than not working with you. And if you build the right pricing structure, then you'll attract and retain the customers that you want. If you build the wrong pricing structure, then it's going to be the exact opposite. And And then, payments is a pretty critical piece of a marketplace business. If you've been following the news, eBay is finally spinning off PayPal after, acquiring it 12 years ago. And the reason why PayPal stayed with eBay for such a long time is because payments is an intrinsic part of the marketplace. And it's different depending on how you monetize the business, but essentially this is where a lot of complexity happens, particularly if you're doing a global marketplace. If you're operating in one country, payments might be relatively simple. To operate in multiple countries, then you need to either have somebody in-house that really understands payments, or you need to work with companies like PayPal that are able to give you the international scale. It also is a place that tends to be regulated. So when you're early stage, you may not care. You might just say, we'll figure this out later. But just so you know, like at some point, you're going to get to the scale where in every country where you operate, the regulator has an opinion about how payments should be handled in their own country. And that's, pretty much the last thing here is patience. Like marketplace businesses tend to be creating an enormous amount of value, both for your shareholders as well as for the users. Some of the biggest companies in the world these days are marketplace businesses. However, they rarely take off overnight. And if you look at the history of most successful businesses, like you can include Airbnb as probably one of the recent ones, or even Elance and Odesk are both 10-year-old companies. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of capital, because getting to liquidity takes a while, and there's this like spinning wheel which takes a while to get spinning, but then as soon as it starts to really take off, it really takes off and creates a lot of value for users. And so, just to finish, because I will have a little bit of a sales pitch, I would say two things. One is we're hiring, and we're hiring a lot here in the Ukraine. So if engineers, product managers, designers who might be interested in joining us, we'd love to talk to them. And then the second thing is we actually use our own business a lot. Most of my team are freelancers that work on Odesk. Most of our operations team are freelancers that are, curating the marketplace, looking for good buyers and good sellers. We found this to be incredibly useful in building a marketplace business. So if you're building yours, consider using us to build and grow the business. And that's pretty much all I had. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're still looking for a mic, like a hand mic for panel discussions. So until the mic is prepared, I will just give you a brief introduction into what we are going to talk about. So as you know, the topic is R&D, outsourced versus in-house, what makes a decision. So I assume many of you are interested in what Ukraine has to gain, what it has to offer. And today we have a very, very unique perspective on that. So we're going to discuss pros and cons, and different participants have different opinions. So what I would like to start with is for each of you, please just do a very short 2 minutes introduction, what you are, what you do, what's your background, and what you believe is important to discuss today.
Sure. So, hi everyone, my name is Nicolas Bruce. I come here on behalf of two entities actually, Mogul and Tech for Ukraine. Tech for Ukraine is a coalition of tech CEO in the Silicon Valley who have been raising $23,000 that have been given to IDCEE to allow a few startups to join the conference. The other company is Tomogul, who is my day-to-day job. And I work there as a senior director of operation engineering. I have been building the team in Ukraine since a little bit over 2 years, but we have been having people in Ukraine for 5 years. We started from outsourcing to a fully in-house solution.
That's great.
Hi everybody, my name is Aviram Eisenberg from Ignite. I'm in the high-tech and IT industry, as you call it here, for the last 30 years, from my teenage days. I've been working, I'm from Israel, I've been working in the high-tech industry in Israel. I was working in the army intelligence, in the computer software-related field. And I'm an entrepreneur. I established an IT company here in Ukraine, Ignite, approximately 200 developers. And we're providing services to high-tech companies, mostly in Europe and in Israel.
Hi everyone, my name is Vitaly Nuzhny and I'm managing director for Luxoft Ukraine, which is the largest IT company in the country. And we do all kind of services for our clients. That's automotive, banking. Several millions of cars are driving with the things that we do for their so-called human-machine interface, what they're on computer. It's written in Luxoft here in Ukraine, and lots of other stuff. So I think today our joint effort would be to explain to all of the small, medium, and large companies how to enter Ukraine and how to do R&D here.
Well, I think it's an awesome perspective because we have two representatives of the companies outside Ukraine for some reason having chosen work and operate in Ukraine. And we have a Ukrainian IT guru who is used to working with companies. So I think it's very symbolic representative. So my first question maybe for Nicholas and Aviram, please. Like, why did you decide to end up in Ukraine?
So in our case, it was pretty random. The outsourcing company we started to work with 5 years ago had some offices in San Francisco. And there is a lot of meetup going on in Silicon Valley. And Silicon Valley works a lot around networking. And we ended up having our co-founders that meet this person that work at this outsourcing company. And we just started because we are looking for new resources, new talent to help us building our product. The engineering market in the Bay Area is really hard. But we needed to build our product still, so we needed to find engineers. And there was opportunity in Ukraine, so we started with the outsourcing solution. That's really the start and why Ukraine. But after
so resources, like you were looking for resources, you felt that Silicon Valley is way too competitive. Resources are
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Number one reason that's.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Aviram, what about you?
Yeah. So for us, it was less accidental. I mean, from the analytical point of view, because it makes sense. Okay. Ukraine has a large talent pool. I come from Israel. The high-tech industries at any given time has 5,000 open vacancies. It's the same time zone. It's 3 hours flights, 3 flights per day. It's relatively easy. No visas between the countries. Really easy to bring developers to Israel. So it makes sense. And the labor arbitrage is, of course, helping a lot. The less analytical reason, just because, in Israel, I think I would not be surprised if the amount of Ukrainian developers working in Israel is pretty much equal to the amount of Ukrainian developers working here. There was a huge immigration from ex-Soviet Union countries, especially from Ukraine, to Israel. And a lot of the guys working in Israel communicate in Russian or Ukrainian with the guys that are working here. So it just makes sense.
Vitaly, now a question over to you. Like you work on this side of the border, and apparently you there's still, unfortunately, a border. I hope it disappears sometime soon, but still. So apparently
we do also as well in Ukraine. We do hoping the disappearing border with the EU at least. Yeah.
Well, I do believe in flat world. I don't believe in any borders. I think that Facebooks and Twitters will level the world, but that's a side comment. So the question to you is, what is your experience of working with external companies?
Well, I think if we go back how all the IT work start here in Ukraine, I think by now it's maybe 18 to 90% of what we see is in IT outsourcing or traditionally working for some other clients. And this is the industry in Ukraine, so this is the reality. And what we need in the country in order to, well, maybe there are different options that we can go. We can go Israeli path and go more R&D. So I would actually welcome companies like a company of Aviram coming into the market, coming and grow the talent. From my side, I think it's very important to say that what large companies, we work with some companies that is much larger than any of IT company here, and they have tens and thousands of workers in IT. Why do they come to Ukraine? First of all, they come for expertise. And expertise is a very key word here, and I think helpful everywhere. Let's say it's not a commonly known fact that, for example, in investment banking, there are about 4,500 engineers among several companies that do work for investment banking IT in Ukraine. So this is like a major hub. It's not commonly known. However, we are an expertise center here. Another one that I briefly mentioned is in automotive. And we have about 800 engineers in Ukraine who do work for majority of world-class car automakers and tier 1 vendors. If you drive the most modern Mercedes, BMW, Daimler, Porsche, and so on, most probably what you see on your computer is written here, right? Which is cool, right? And we are widely known by the customers for the expertise. It's for many years. They come for us for the most challenging product. And I think why Ukraine is, it's very easy. We can do very complex software. We can do very complex product development for our customers. And at times we are much more helpful. And definitely to add on, like, first we were cheaper, we were more available on the market in the staff talent. Now we have some expertise to offer to markets. So I think.
Okay, again, over to the external guys, right? So there are some key points that Vitaly raised, and he said, hey, no longer we are really like the cheapest guys in the world, but we have the expertise. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so definitely there are amazing guys here, and they are developing complex system, working in the core of products of global companies. And as Vitaly said, yeah, the reasoning for coming to Ukraine is changing. If in the past it was because it's the cheapest labor force.
Is it still the cheapest, or
they're not the cheapest. They're
who is
still
cheaper? Just for curiosity. The Chinese are cheaper than
Vietnamese.
And Vietnamese. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to know who we are competing with.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reasoning is changing. It's no longer the labor arbitrage. It's becoming more and more the lack of of experts that you can find in the West, mostly in Europe. Automotive industry in Germany, to continue with Vitaly's example, is basically consuming, so to speak, all the engineers in Germany. In fact, they're coming to students on their second year, offering them a 90,000 euros check to leave the university and start studying in the internal university inside the automotive companies.
Wow.
So they are not even looking for graduates, they're looking for students. So obviously then they turn around, and Ukraine is one of the destinations that enjoys this, this need. Nevertheless, the fact that the labor arbitrage is closing will eventually reach a point where the need for the services coming from Ukraine will reach a limit, okay? And it will no longer cross it, which means that the industry, while it's a service industry, has a limitation. And the next thing is to turn into product companies.
Nicholas, do you agree that the expertise is becoming one of the most important factors when choosing this location?
Clearly, and the best example I have is that we have a technical test we give to a candidate we interview. in US and Ukraine, we do the exact same test.
Yeah.
That's a test that most people who interview in US fails, but always pass in Ukraine. The challenge for us is more the English level and the ability for the person to communicate, because when you have like remote team, the communication is the number one challenge.
Right.
And that's where we have the most struggle, I guess. But technically, we have been able to build a team of really strong talent, smart engineers. And 2 years ago, what we did by moving out from the outsourcing model, because we were not able to unleash this talent by going in-house and creating like a strong team culture. By having our own team with their own like day-to-day life,
Right.
we have been able to create a real engagement by the team and getting like much stronger results. So there is like a lot of things. There is a people, there is a technical talent, and there is this ability to work and build creatively together.
Okay, so basically you guys are saying Ukrainians are relatively inexpensive still, but that opportunity is closing, but the expertise is growing, so there's more reasons to go for that. Still, there are some challenges like communication. Vitaly, what is the most challenging things that you come across with working with Western partners?
Well, I would say that well, communication definitely is the one, but
Communication, you mean like, is it like just the English language, or it's more like mentality and ethics?
It's more on such a scene that I really actually see in the technical crowd is, or R&D cloud, so to say, is the soft skills, right? So how people do communicate. It's not actually the language proficiency,
Right.
but how sociable they are, right? How do they own the issue? How do
Right.
they say that something could not be done?
Right.
How they are realistic in their estimates? And how do they raise an escalation? And sometimes the communication might feel to be a bit more brutal because English is not the native language. I think we are picking up a lot and we knew how to overcome it, but that's like usual things to do. I think what other things you are asking about challengers, I would maybe rephrase it. So what is the major attraction in Ukraine? Is the attitude of the people.
You're a businessman, right? I'll talk about challenges, you say.
Well, this is a unique scene. I think that's really important to be mentioned. Ukrainians have an extremely good attitude to work. So they actually love to work and love to put themselves to the results they would like to achieve professionally, right? Build their career and so on. It's not, I would say, as we are a global company operating in 20 countries, it's very rare. So we have maybe, as a Ukraine, we have the best attitude to work, and that's important.
Okay, I will overphrase also your overphrase question. So, okay, if you don't like to talk about challenges, I'd ask you a different way. What are the challenges that you have successfully overcome that you had 5 years ago and no longer do?
All right, so English is not a challenge. So
no longer a challenge.
It's
So
not a
you're
challenge,
basically you're saying the thesis and message to Western. We can talk.
It's a trainable skill. You should start it back in school, high school, and so on, and train it all the time. And that's a message to everyone. That's very simple. And I think just by speaking English right now, we do like force it heavily, right? So those who don't understand English, they leave, right? So those who are here, they do understand language. So you see, at the crowd here, so we overcame this complexity by now.
Yeah.
So this one, yeah. I think that another one which is a new challenge is a country risk. Like so to say execution risk, and I think the one we also overcame. So one of the things is actually to balance through other countries, which is interesting. So if you do some business just only in Ukraine, some of the customers consider it to be risky. So we explained it's not, and we started doing business for them in some other countries as well. So like kind of balancing, so they do the same project in two places, so they feel relaxed. And also there are like some hygiene factors like doing business continuity planning for them. So what if, then how would we finish their work? So that's an easy task. Right. I think some other thing is actually if Ukraine was not known, so it was difficult to attract people here. It's no longer difficult. Everybody knows Ukraine is. Current difficulties is that some new investors who haven't been to Ukraine before, they might be a victim of a propaganda, right, of what's going on here. So I would actually welcome everyone, all the people who came from other countries, because they actually show us that they would see themselves that it's very calm on the street. You can do business as usual here. And that's really important. So we, by this conference, we're already doing a lot for the,
I would
for the
definitely agree.
industry. Right?
Avram, when we were talking before this discussion, you mentioned that you have very carefully considered quite a few environments, including Romania and some other. So what is the competitive set for Ukraine? You know, what the areas that it's actually successful relative to weak relative to other countries?
First of all, there is a good education system, or at least the basis for a good education system from heritage from the Soviet Union days. It has challenges. It's too distributed. It's too outdated. Like, yeah, the physics, mathematics here, extremely well background, but when you see the materials that they're teaching here in the university, they're not up to date, and they're too theoretical. But there is a good basis here, a good education system, very high motivation for achieving high degree, and a very simple and clear education. I mean, developers, the way I see it, are basically the middle class of Ukraine. That's basically the only way, or the best way, secure way to get out of poverty, to move out from survival mode to living well. Not being rich, just living well.
So basically you are saying that IT as an industry is actually key for Ukrainian prosperity, for middle class?
It's currently the middle class.
Wow.
It's the hope of Ukraine.
Okay.
And there is a big incentive. If I'm a smart guy and I'm just at the point that I finished high school and I consider what to do.
You know, if you allow me, I'll just pause you for just 1 second. It's such a strong statement that I really want support from the crowd. Like, I assume that many of you are Ukrainians. You know, how many of you do think that IT and development is actually, you know, the middle class of Ukraine? Okay, you do have some support.
Yeah.
That's a striking factor. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't know that because apparently I associated Ukraine with so many different things. But yeah, please go on.
I mean, what I see here is that approximately, I don't know, 70, 80% of the population are living in survival mode. Survival mode. And you have a really nice layer of really rich people, but the engine of the economy, which is supposed to be middle class, is really missing. And the IT industry, that's basically the middle class that you see here.
Wow.
Doctors, it's not middle class here. It's
so
amazing.
That explains the working attitude that Vitaly was mentioning about, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
there's like no alternatives. You cannot really go into like other areas, right? You're ever stuck with development or not?
Yeah,
wow.
So just to give an example, minimum salary here is now less than $100. Average salary here in Kiev for developers, I don't know, around $3,000, maybe a little bit less, 2,500. Average salary.
Wow.
This is a really big incentive to
huge.
Go into. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah.
It is huge.
So if I'm a smart guy and I just finished high school, the most common sense thing to do is to go and study IT.
Okay, so basically you're saying the relative importance of IT and education and knowledge in that segment is way higher than any other country where you could choose this or that, and that's why, you know, we are so careful and so responsible about this job. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Nicholas, you spent a while now working within the Ukraine environment, so are you happy?
Oh, I'm definitely happy.
Like, okay, I can see that based on your smile. But if you were to mention, like, you know, a few like things that you think add most to your happiness, what would they be?
So, first, I just have like to comment on the challenge because I do think the communication is definitely a challenge, and it's not necessarily English communication.
It's more mentality and social skills.
There is a lot that goes around that, and it's important because it goes also with the fact that I believe the Ukraine market will benefit if it was seen more, was looking at the problem more globally. I come from a startup that was in the Silicon Valley. With Tech for Ukraine initiative, we tried to associate a bunch of other startups with us. And it was actually much harder than what we thought, even if we knew some company had their team in Ukraine. And some of it was coming from some whatever embarrassment about having outsourcing company, and not necessarily having the pride of having a team building their product in Ukraine. And I think it's one important problem to solve, to create this pride and create like a real market, because it could enable new business and new company in Ukraine. And for me, it's one of my excitement to come here every time. I see like people who are engaged and motivated to build, and I think that's really, there is a future for Ukraine here. It just needs to be unleashed.
Right. Since we're getting close to the end of the session, what I was thinking of asking each of you is to think of a single most important factor that would add to improving the attractiveness of Ukraine and R&D for the rest of the world. So maybe Vitaly, what would be that one single magic bullet would be?
Well, it's interesting that this one single magic bullet has nothing to do with the technical side or
fair enough.
The other side. Yeah, the one is actually government to start economic reforms. I don't know. I don't want to bring
any specific reforms or just reforms.
Just reforms, right?
Like just changing things anyway, like whatever.
No. Like all countries around, they do have support specifically for IT.
Right.
For example, in Romania, when you have finished your high school and you have an IT degree, you have significantly lower tax. In Poland, when you do a creative work in IT, you also have a significantly lower tax.
Okay.
If you work in Belarus in the specific economical zones for IT, technical clusters and so on, you also have much lower tax.
Right.
This is nothing like that specific for IT. So basically, country, a state, or a government haven't yet gave a message to investors. You can come to Ukraine, we support you, right?
Okay,
so we are good at talent. First, we have questionable sustainability in our economics right now, but that's maybe for the better for IT. But we also have very unstable political environment and security to some degree that we need to tackle upon.
Okay, so basically you're
the thing is, if we need something else, so investors would finally come here. And then no matter what outsource or R&D, again, so outsource is starting to do R&D as we, for example, if it actually depends on you. Right now, it looks like if you are afraid to come and create a legal entity here, you should do from via those companies who are here operating, and they're eager to do it for you. So they can, they're ready to do outsourcing for you, because if you do it, there's a risk, but that's counter wave, right? So you have less competition.
Right. Avram, what's your receipt?
Well, I actually disagree with Vitaly. I mean, in theory, he's right. Yeah, the best thing for Ukraine is that the government will start the reforms and will start supporting the IT sector. But let's be realistic. It's not going to happen. This is a country where the ex-president stole how much? Like $40 billion? That's what I heard. $40 billion. If I was in this place, I wouldn't stop stealing. It's a much better business. And I'm laughing about it, but there is a seed of truth there, okay? Once you reach these power places, you're really focused on yourself and less on helping the private sector. Let's be realistic. It's not going to happen.
Soon,
the hope
but it will sometime.
Yeah, how it will happen. The private sector should start acting, start creating those IT incubators, bring the investment into local activities that they do privately. And the good thing about Ukrainians, as the way I see it as a foreigner, they're really practical people. They like to join success. If something is succeeding, then they join. The public sector will follow the private sector. Once the private sector will manage to show that there can be here interesting initiatives. WhatsApp, one of the founders is Ukrainian. Why wasn't it happening in Ukraine? Why did he have to immigrate from Ukraine to US to sell a company to Facebook for $19 billion? This could happen here. And private sector should start, public sector will join.
Nicholas, you happen to be a swing vote now, because we have 1-1. So well, what's your comment?
I'm not sure I know the secret solution or whatever, but I know what is definitely not the train from Kiev to Kharkiv. I took this one, and that was some challenge. But more seriously, I would agree on all the administrative cut and change that need to happen. I see what we have to go through to build this entity in Ukraine and all the legal and financial pain we went through. I'm pretty sure like some improvement here would help a lot.
Okay, so I think we really have had some really interesting insights, And I really appreciate all of you sharing this stuff. So some key points that at least I learned is it was really striking data for me. I even stopped, the conversation, realizing that, at least a few people think that IT and developers is the middle class. So if I was a politician, well, definitely I would invest into at least taking care of that class, because that's like me, my body, like my energy, etc., etc. So I was quite happy to hear that that companies that came here are actually still happy. Because my experience as an investor, that's not always the case, and sometimes you really regret what you do. So we have at least 2 examples. One, Silicon Valley, which apparently has the choice globally. It could go like India, which is the most common destination for outsourcing, as far as I believe. And we have Israel, really known for really taking careful decisions, a lot of considerations, not random, based on weighting the facts. So when you were talking about, hey, I really explored Romania, and I explored this and this and this. And at the end of the day, I decided Ukraine is the place, so that's very encouraging. So I think it gives really some hope to the crowd, and I really wish the very best for Ukraine to improve. And we're 0-0 on the dot, so thank you everybody, fair to the panel.
Нормально так? Может, сзади все-таки, а не сбоку? Ну, может, они выпускают кого-то? А вы можете поставить презентацию, которую я вам давал? Уже? Да, это его касается. Угу, хорошо, давайте. Добрый день. Рад с вами наконец-то встретиться.
Отлично, у нас сейчас открытие, да? Да, давайте, что у нас, какой формат у нас?
Они мне вот эту ужасную штуку навесили, а вам дадут микрофон, я так понимаю.
Слушай, он так подрядчик очень
это поскольку адженда задержалась, поэтому есть еще чуть-чуть времени. Вы скажите про значимость социальных проектов для страны в текущей ситуации, про то, что наши айтишники, их много, и на них возлагаются большие надежды, что онлайн-приложения способны менять жизнь офлайн.
Какая у нас тема по этому? А есть какая-то подтема или нет?
В том числе, да, social entrepreneurship hackathon, социально значимые интернет-проекты. Я могу вот то еще раз повторить.
Давайте.
Про важную роль украинских программистов. Social entrepreneurship hackathon. Вот, да, но это может есть. Но мне нет проблемы. Как скажете.
На английском говорим.
Значит, скажем, что hi guys.
На английском говорим.
Значит, так, Social Entrepreneurship Hackathon.
We'd like to welcome everybody.
This is an official Social Entrepreneurship Hackathon opening. I would like to welcome everyone in this room.
Ты же чаще открывал как бы.
Да, мы их уже 2,5 года делаем. I would like to welcome every coder in this room because your role is extremely important.
Я же не открываю. Еще ни один этот хакатон не открывали. I would like to officially open. А вот это коды же здесь, да?
Да, в основном.
I would like to open official. Official open, да?
Да. To officially open. Social Entrepreneurship Hackathon.
Social. Open. Social.
Hackathon.
Social entrepreneurship hackathon, да?
I would like to welcome every coder in this room. Your role is extremely important in our country these days.
I would like
to welcome every coder in this room.
Хорошо, это понятно.
Your role is... Смотрите, да, самое главное, что вам нужно сказать, это про то, что мы сейчас находимся на том этапе, когда при помощи IT можно решить офлайн проблемы в стране реальные какие-то. Вот. И что мы это затеяли, потому что социальные проекты впервые для страны действительно имеют значение, когда они могут спасать жизни, когда переселенцы из Донбасса могут найти быстро больницу, когда люди могут объединяться в... Что? Давайте, да, хорошо.
Я начну, а ты скажешь follow-on.
Давайте, да.
Extremely important now. Ты follow-on скажешь. Я скажу, что мы много делаем для social entrepreneurship. Скажу про Code Club. Я могу сказать про эти вот social projects, какие мы делаем там для disabled.
Association of Disabled IT Professionals.
Отлично.
Мы делаем association.
Да, бэкграунд какой-то, почему решили?
Association for Disabled, да, так вот звучит, правильно? Disabled. Сколько у нас тут клабов? Морали сделала это, сколько у нас тут клабов с цифрами?
Ну, около 100.
Больше. Disabled IT Professionals. Это мы делали. Мы сделали для них веб-сайт. Что-то еще. For Disabled IT Professionals.
Мы курсы для них делали веб-дизайн. Сейчас будем разрабатывать сайт.
А курсы, это как правильно сказать, это курсы для...
Courses.
Courses. social projects important.
Хорошо, хорошо.
Disabled IT professional.
Да, да.
Disabled IT professional distance courses. Мы делали, что мы еще делаем? Мы этот веб-сайт запустили или он в процессе? Я скажу, что social просто extremely important. Я скажу, даю тебе слово, ты скажешь больше об этом, да? Extremely important. О, привет. Привет, Паша. Ты на месте?
Да.
О, поговорим сейчас. Рада тебя видеть. Так.
Вы про социальное предпринимательство как вообще явление, которое в мире юридически существует, а у нас не существует, не хотите сказать? Про то, что social entrepreneurship is a new branch and new market in Ukraine.
Ну, это вообще у нас, это вообще везде, это супер. У нас charity board, конечно, да? У нас есть у нас же charity board. Ну что, они не должны жить, никто не должен жить, никто не живет.
Главное, что инициатива есть.
Да, Влад, это все. Давайте. А что юридически? У нас юридически нету, а за...
В Штатах 600 тысяч предприятий зарегистрированы как социальные предприятия. Это что-то среднее между НЖО и коммерческим предприятием по налогообложению. Их проверяют на предмет того, что во главе угла должен стоять social impact, а не revenue. Если так и есть, то они идут по этой reduced taxing.
Social entrepreneurship.
У нас этого нет, и было бы классно об этом сказать. То есть я об этом постоянно говорю, но если вы об этом скажете, было бы отлично.
Это компонент очень важный вообще, introduce эту social компонент, а into the social.
Ну и вон там эти журналисты это все поднять могут, потому что это такой как бы big move. То есть это не просто там хакатон,
Я вам скажу про это, ты можешь сказать эти фигуры уже красиво.
Хорошо, хорошо.
7
7 минут у нас, да? Ну так, чтобы не затягивать.
Да.
Или сколько?
А? Да, я не буду подержать сумочку, я же не буду с этой торбой. Да, или...
Смотрите, мы с вами делаем вот это короткое открытие, а потом они ждут, чтобы я им показал презентацию в несколько слайдов. Я тогда вас поблагодарю и скажу, что я продолжу с презентацией. И вот, ребята, тут еще есть. Это
приз какой? Приз какой?
100 тысяч гривен от фокуса.
Когда заканчивается сегодня?
Завтра заканчивается в 2 часа дня. В 2 часа дня они питчат свои проекты на стартап-стейдже перед всей аудиторией.
Я слышу, что сейчас скажут, что да?
Окей.
Price
Да.
100,000 from Focus, да?
To the winner.
Как тебя просто по имени?
Денис Гурский, я... Денис Гурский, директор Social Boost. Да? Ну, да. Да? Да. Микрофон лучше дайте. Давайте я вас сниму. Наверное, так лучше.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello, everybody. I would like to welcome all of you here. Welcome every quarter in this room. And thank you for coming to IDCEE 2014. And welcome at Social Hackathon, which will start today. And me and Dennis welcome everybody here. And you know that social entrepreneurship is really getting really important now and from now on. And hopefully we will reach the level of US companies which are showing us the great examples of social entrepreneurship. And we would like to do all our best to reach that fantastic levels that US companies are showing us. And we did a lot with the IDCEE already with the social entrepreneurship. We started the initiative of Code Club. And today we will have the press conference of Code Club results, which we had during the last year. We were the first among in Ukraine. Ukraine was the first country which joined the Code Club Global. Code Club initiative is very famous. It started in London, and now we have more than 100 code clubs in Ukraine for the young kids starting from 9 years. They learn how to code, and it's all over Ukraine. It's a totally volunteer organization, and volunteers come into the schools. They teach kids how to code. It takes them like two lessons, 45 minutes for not 1.5 hours per week. And we have more than 100 code clubs in Ukraine. And results are tremendous, and we are growing like exponentially. And a lot of code clubs are in East Ukraine. And Ukraine was the first country who joined, once again I would like to repeat, Code Club Global. And in New York will be presentation at Founders Forum on the 15th of October. And this information will be revealed to the whole IT community. And we are really proud of this. And this was presented at IDCEE 2013. And we are really proud that this is totally volunteer organization. And it's based on Scratch. This developed by Massachusetts Technological University. And so this is one of our volunteer, actually, initiatives. And plus, we are the members of initiative IT disabled association. We help them with distance courses. We try to help them to learn coding on a distance, and we try to help them to find work actually with different companies all over Ukraine. And this is another initiative we started last year, and this year we try to put together the website for them to help to find the work on the different companies and enterprises in Ukraine. So this is how we try to somehow to be helpful to and to be socially active, and help thanks to Dennis and to his initiative, which he's more than almost 3 years doing the social hackathons. So we start this initiative together with you this year. Hopefully it will work perfectly with you this year, and tomorrow we will see the results. And thanks to our partner Focus, we are grateful to their prize of 100,000 hryvnia, which will be handed to the winners of hackathon tomorrow. And I would like to thank all of you. This is how we try to be close to social entrepreneurship altogether, and I would like to give the stage to Dennis, and he will add more, so how the social hackathon is helping social entrepreneurship, because this is what we would like to do together.
Okay,
to this
thank you,
sector.
Victoria. I don't think that I need a mic, but I'll just have a short word followed up by presentation, but I would like to thank you for your warm words, and to say that social entrepreneurship is really important for our country, especially now. The meaning of every coder in this room is tremendous, because right now we have such a development of a technology when technology can really influence people's lives. It can help internally displaced people from Donbass to find the nearest hospital. It can help people to get some help from government bodies when they really need it. They help people to unite into groups and help each other. It's now possible to crowdfund and see that Ukrainian army is absolutely crowdfunded, and this is one of the most successful projects of the previous year. Right now there are a lot of projects, basically 11, and I'm really happy that those ideas were so good that they attracted the attention of our judges committee and our partners. Focus was so glad to provide 100,000 hryvnias to the winner. Also, the whole event was supported by IDCEE, and I'm really pleased that you gave us space here to show basically what we've got, what the community is capable of. And my sense is that more and more partners are coming into this. the international donors were also kind to support this event because this one is supported by IRF, International Renaissance Foundation. And I think that mentors who are in this room, by the way, are there any in the room? Please raise your hands. All right, there are some. So these guys are extremely experienced, more experienced than anyone in this room. And I think that you should definitely turn to them, help them, ask them for help, and these guys will provide you a really nice advice that will make your presentations and minimum viable products tomorrow look very good and feel good. So I think that this event that we're having here has a huge impact in the country. Social entrepreneurship is not very common in our country yet. For example, in other countries, those projects which are social but still make some money, they have some reduced taxation. In Ukraine, it's almost impossible, but we are moving forward the thing. Also, many projects of you are based on government data, and we are really pushing this thing forward. I think that communications, infrastructure, budgets, everything has to be accountable, and I'm really happy that some of your projects make really good value and sense of data. Good luck to you, see you around, and thank you, Victoria, again for the welcome word and welcoming us here today. I'll have a short presentation for hackathon participants right now, so anyone who doesn't feel like staying here, please don't stay. All right? So I'd like to say a few words about how Ukraine needs you these days. It seems like technology is extremely important for every volunteer coder. During the recent 3 years, we gathered more than 1,000 ideas and more than 1,000 volunteers who were participating in the projects that we organized. Basically, these were hackathons, and I'd like to say that this happens because of lack of trust. People don't trust government at all, so that's why they try to solve their problems themselves. I mean, they are a bit anxious and they trust each other. As you see, this statistics shows that people trust their friends, basically online friends as well. So, we've got this Maidan revolution only because people don't have enough trust in our government. They try to unite in different groups using online networks, and because it's quite easy. And basically all the revolutions that happened globally in the past 2 years, they happened because of use of technology. So people unite in those groups, but Ukraine is not like any other country in the world. We are among top 5 IT outsourcing countries. We have 100,000 programmers, and these people are extremely important because they are conscious and they know how to deal with data, they know how to make apps. So they don't organize groups in social networks around those problems which really matter to them. They create apps, and they do this because they want to improve their self-esteem, because they want to socialize, and this really works. I mean, people unite together around socially meaningful problems because of these reasons. I've been traveling around the region. Well, Russia is not very progressive in this, because they have, they have some difficulties at the moment, and with the political situation, and you can't organize any social project that you like. But Ukraine is really ahead. I mean, people create apps to get rid of potholes, to get rid of low quality medical assistance, basically everything. And we have a lot of young blood also come into our groups every year, because these are 5,000 people who are fresh and they want to do something. We counted that basically it's something like 20 plus applications that are really working right now and that are popular in Ukraine right now, that are socially meaningful and created by volunteers at hackathons or just by themselves. In Russia there are more, but there is more population in Russia as well. So there are some examples of such meaningful applications. For example, this is an interactive crime map. Well, basically, Roman, who is present somewhere over there, he came to our hackathon and he created a crime map based on open data that was taken from the Ministry of Emergencies. And they created a map that allows you to have a safe route home from your friends at 1 a.m. at night. Also, there are some mobile reporting apps like trash reporting or pothole reporting or whatever it is. Right now, there is an app being launched which will estimate the damage to Donbass infrastructure, like buildings, schools, well, basically everything, which uses the similar mechanics and is organized by volunteers. This is something that you definitely know. Some interactive maps about civic reporting on socially meaningful problems in cities. Also, there are projects which are helping people to help each other and to provide help. And basically, this really works in emergencies. Also, there is a project in Crimea that was organized a year ago. We didn't know that those kind of events will happen in Ukraine before. But basically, the project helps to understand if this new building near your house or in your yard is legal or not. It helps you to check the owner of the land and owner of the project as well. There are some projects that help to volunteers to find their place. I mean, very simple project that helps you to understand what kind of volunteer thing you may do this weekend. Something like choosing a school. So basically, people choose a school based on how easy it's to get children to this school. And these guys just took some data from the government which says, which gives them the sense of success or failure of final exams at schools, and basically this helps you to understand if your child will be a good student at this school or not. And also there are different types of sciences that will be good in or won't be. Like a transport map, very simple thing based on open schedules. Basically, Google has these kind of projects everywhere around the world, but in Ukraine it doesn't exist. That's why people just took the schedules from the local municipality in Kiev and created a simple project that came to Happy Farm incubator and was working there for 3 months, then was taken to San Francisco. So these kind of things really happen, and pothole reporting, whatever it is. Or like, I don't know, the project which didn't happen in the post-Soviet area, but it's really nice and I really like it. So people decided that air pollution is really high in this area, and they decided to build a bridge that lets the cars pass the neighborhood very quickly. So they just gather money online for this bridge, providing free yoga courses on Sundays. Very simple. Or donor search. There is basically some project that is based on donor blood, which participates in hackathons today. So at Social Boost, we try to unite all those things, put the IT companies with their technologies, which they provide for free, with the government that provides some data, and basically you, entrepreneurs who create projects. Those projects which turned out to be successful, we try to find partners for them, we raise funds for them, and basically make things happen. Right now we are trying to create a new movement which is aimed at putting civic startups into public services, which means that government will incorporate some of these kind of projects. And it already happens. For example, this pothole reporting was incorporated by Ukravtodor, and right now they are part of their government body. We also want to bring the network of volunteers and create a constantly operating brigades in 3 cities at the moment, which will be piloted by the state e-government agency. And we want to link local authorities like City Hall with a local group which works with the City Hall to create apps, to create new innovative services, and basically do this together. Because usually social projects are somewhere apart from the government, and this doesn't really work because you have to coordinate with them somehow. And the third thing is about open data. Right now we have created this open data portal, which you might have known, called Data.gov.ua. And we gather data from the government there. It's like data sets which you can work with. It has API, but I will talk about this later today. It's here at 5. So in these 3 years, almost 3 years, that we were working as Social Boost, the NGO, we made a lot of events. We found a lot of people who support us. And this really matters. I mean, these results could never happen in any other country of the world. Ukraine is very unique because people are both socially conscious here and they can code. It's a really rare combination. And we really like to use this situation to help our country become better and to make all these kind of projects happen. So right now we want to focus on new services and, as I told you, to move on with those 3 directions and basically help civic activists to become successful social entrepreneurs or to become successful creators of meaningful public services. Well, that's basically it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you may find me around, and I think this is lunchtime.
Hi there. It's louder than, oh. So hi, I'm Alesh. I'm with Cube Sensors. We build this. This is a small, beautiful cube, which is much larger here in the picture, that actually measures everything about the indoors. The cube is filled with sensors that measure like temperature, light, noise, humidity, and measures everything about that influences a human being, whether in your bedroom, in your office, or whatever. But the reason why I'm here is because we've built all this in Slovenia. We are shipping it worldwide for about now a year, and we seems to be what somebody would classify as a successful hardware startup. And the reason why I'm talking here is because the organizer asked me to talk about what actually the business of hardware startup means. And it turns out that it's significantly different than being a software startup, and what, at least in my experience, a lot of investors simply forget. So what I want to do today is to walk you through a few details or a few steps about what it means building a hardware startup, what people who have actually experience with software often forget, and what primarily investors seem to ignore, which as an entrepreneur you simply shouldn't. So let's first look at just a brief description of how actually a startup runs their business. As you can see, there are a bunch of, here is the number of software startups, there are a bunch of them working on ideas and sketching. Some of them come to minimal viable product, and some of them actually launch. And then they start iterating, marketing, you have to do backend, usability, whatever. You have to invest in that. But when you are a hardware startup, you have to, on top of that, the engineering, the manufacturing, the firmware engineering, particularly if you're doing kind of smart devices, design engineering, which is a significant issue. For example, with Cube Sensors, we've managed to, with smart design engineering, we've managed to reduce the cost of our tooling by roughly 80% as opposed to our original plans, simply by having an indoor design engineering, figuring out what we should actually do. There is a huge area of safety and compliance, which obviously you don't have with software. We have a power supply, which was supposed to be certified, but when we put it through our own certification process, it turns out that it wasn't, and it could actually explode if we ship it to our customers, which was kind of problematic. And that added another 2 months to our schedule. That's why hardware is a bit different. But one of the fun things when I talk to investors is that whenever I talk to investors about a hardware startup, they tend to compare us to a software one. I even had an investor who says, we are only investing in companies that have at least 1 million users. I was okay, fine, but we actually ship stuff that people pay for. But he goes, no, that's the same thing. No, well, it's not. The idea here of this slide is just to show you that on the left-hand side, from your view, there is a, let's say, a freeware or a shareware software or an app that has roughly 1 million users after a year or a year and a half. It has roughly 4% conversion rate, and from those who actually convert, they pay $10 a year of some kind of subscription, sorry. If you are a software developer, if you have somebody, if you have an app that has 1 million users, you're usually quite happy with that, right? But if you run the numbers of the averages and all that, it turns out that that app brings you roughly 400,000 K a year. On the other hand, you have a company that builds a device that sells it for $100, which is not unusual. It sells in the whole year roughly 12,000 units. This is actually some actual examples. Let's say that in the first quarter they have a Kickstarter campaign, and then that thing dropped off and slowly starting up. So they altogether they sold 12,000 units at 100K. They have to deal with margin, obviously, because they have to buy goods, then to sell them further. But at the end of the day, the business result is the same. They generated 400K. When I showed this slide to that same investor, his response was that I did something wrong in my calculations. Well, no, I didn't. So whenever you're working with hardware, just be aware that the scales and numbers are different. And when you are trying to get to the customer, every single sales counts. When you sell one cube or one device of yours, that's equal to getting 1,000 users who just try your app. Just remember that. There is another issue when building a hardware product is that it's significantly different when you start positioning into what you're going to invest your development. Basically, there are three major markets. There is a consumer market, business market, and there is a tech market. So things like you do for other developers that they embed in their own systems. It turns out that majority of the hardware startups, at least the ones that come to me for an advice, tend to mix the two. And that's very crucial. Namely, if you are targeting consumer market, design and usability is extremely important. On the other hand, I would never go and design this kind of a device with all the fine details if I would want to sell it to an enterprise, because at the enterprise, it still has to look good, but it does not have to have all the finishes and polishes. It needs to have the durability, the maintenance abilities, return of investment that's good for a kind of enterprise buy. Similar goes to the tech. There are a bunch of startups who want to go and do a product for end consumers, filling it with the state-of-the-art technology, bleeding-edge technology that actually breaks from time to time. That kind of investment would make worthwhile if you are building something that other techies would use, like Raspberry Pi. You want to have it cutting-edge technology at that point that can be used really well, but you actually don't need to be really well designed and so forth. So whatever you go with the hardware startup, just focus on the one market. If you're doing on two, well, half of your investment is basically wasted because there is no way that you're able to address the 2 or even 3 markets at the same time. Then there is always the fun of economics. This is something that looks like when you are in a software startup. In software startup, you invest roughly 60–70% of your money in salaries, in development, in the fact that you actually have to code stuff, right? Then roughly 10% goes into logistics. By logistics, I mean you have to get the servers, or you rent Amazon servers or whatever. And then you have like some kind of margin in order to distribute your product. Let's assume that it's an app. In that case, 30% goes to Apple or Google or whatever. Unfortunately, when you're working with hardware, that logistics that slide or that division of costs changes significantly. You still have your R&D, you still have your logistics, which actually in our case becomes a proper logistics. So when I send a cube to a customer, they actually have to go through UPS or something through customs to the other part of the world. Then you have, of course, some kind of margin, which hopefully in the hardware world it's at least 30% if you sell direct, or if you want to go to the stores and shops, it gets way more complicated. We can talk about that later if somebody is interested. But there is another thing that is there in the middle, which is BOM. That means bill of material. Actually, stuff that you have to buy in order to produce your device. The sensors and chips and plastics here cost me some money. Put in before I can actually build the stuff and ship it further. And that actually works only until I sell direct, which we do right now. So if somebody goes to cubesensors.com, you order it directly from us, somebody in my company packages for you and send it your way. However, if I want to be in a store, like most of us, majority of the devices we actually you have to go through retailers or wholesalers. Unfortunately, when you work with devices, every degree of separation from your customers takes away 25 to 30% of your margin. So the next time when you are squeezing a hardware startup, if they give you a discount or whatever they do, think about it, what they have to go through before they actually build a product to give it to you. If they sell it directly to you, it's highly likely that they work with 30% margin or even less. If you want to have 10% discount, that's 1/3 margin or even more, right? On the other hand, if you are buying stuff like whatever this is from, if you go to a local store, it's highly likely that roughly 30% of margin on this gets into that store's hands, that 30% on top into the distributor's hands who delivered it to the store, and that roughly 30% of that price is left at the manufacturers where they have to carry all the warranties, the bill of materials, the assembly cost, and their own margin. So that's a big challenge with hardware, particularly with hardware startups. So whatever you do, when you calculate your margin, make sure that you figure out how all the distribution and costs and the delays fall into your place before you go with actually setting the price, which of course it cannot be too high. Then, of course, when you go with hardware, this is actually these are the numbers. These are 12 columns. These are cost assessment of a startup over a year. The bottom dark bluish columns are actually costs without hardware cost, or cost of the hardware without hardware cost. So if I would run a software company, right, those costs would be my costs. Basically, every month I do something more, I hire a bit more of engineers or whatever, so the cost structure rises slowly. Hopefully, my sales projections, my sales actually grows higher, and I'm making my living. When I'm in hardware, these are actually the ratios that happen, particularly in the hardware world like I'm in. Every 2 to 3 months, you have some major costs because you simply have to buy the next batch of your product. This is significantly capital intensive. And because we are only because I'm in a startup, banks don't really like us because we don't have like 5 years of balance sheet, we don't have like a long economic history, and we certainly don't want to put our houses on mortgage because we did already to actually have a startup. So the capital intensity of that is significant, and that's why actually pre-orders look great in order to deliver that first product, and even in that case, majority are simply not successful because there is a significant capital intensity. But all that hides away when you look at the bright side, right? So where are the advantages of the hardware startup? If you look at the biggest 4 exits, technical exits of this year, 3 of them are hardware. The biggest one was WhatsApp to Facebook, which is obviously not a hardware. But then you have Beats, then you have Nest, and you have Oculus Rift. These are all 3 hardware startups. I believe they're all younger than 5 years, and these were the 3 biggest exits of the year. Then there is another interesting thing about hardware, which is customer loyalty. If you just think of it, how often do you change your PC? When you have your PC at home, right, or in office, you change this every or even more realistically, every 3 years. If you have your phone, you often change it every 2, maybe even 1 year, right? If you subscribe to a service, you renew it once a year, and then something else comes in. It has to be really good service to renew it again. But if you're using just an app on the phone, it's quite often that the loyalty of the customers is 3 months or less. On the other hand, if you buy a device, unless it breaks, or if you buy a watch or a personal activity monitor, unless it breaks, the cost of switching to a competitor is way higher for me as a consumer, and it's great for me as a producer of the hardware, because once I sell you my device, I really need to mess up before you decide that you buy something else. So customer loyalty in that respect with hardware is great. Now, there is, of course, another thing that your competitors need to observe and really be careful about, and that are limited iterations. In software, you can easily iterate. When something's wrong, you just upload another code that's totally different from when I was an engineer, where they actually shipped the software on diskettes and disks and all that. Now you just upload it, and that's about it. If you are working on an app, you actually have to wait for a couple of days so that Apple approves it, but that's about it. In hardware, that simply doesn't work. If I ship you faulty hardware, two things happen. Number one, I shipped you broken device, and you will demand that I replace it, which basically costs me a lot because I have to ship it to Ukraine or whatever and pay all those costs. But two, even worse, as we are natively our habits are that we compare devices to each other. So you really don't care whether I'm an unfunded startup from Slovenia or whether you bought a new iPhone from Apple. Obviously, the capital difference is significant, but for you as a consumer, you simply demand that it works. But the good side is that your competitor needs to fulfill that same expectation. Working capital, I've already mentioned, which is a significant problem for your competitors while you are far ahead. But third, and the last point, which is significant problem again, is our production risks. I cannot tell you how many things went wrong with our production, and we literally sit on the factory. I cannot imagine how hardware startups can do that from the scratch somewhere in China while sitting in Ukraine or Italy or US, because things simply go wrong. And that's the advantage you have if you run a hardware startup against others. So that's it for me for now. I wrote a long piece about hardware startups, investing in startups. You can find it here, harvardguide.spedic.si. I still have 1 minute left, so if there are any questions, go ahead. Yeah.
Did you participate in some hardware accelerators?
Okay. Have we participated in any hardware accelerators? No, we didn't. There's going to be a nice panel in about an hour on this stage about hardware accelerators. But basically, we did not participate in a hardware accelerator simply because when we started, which was 3 years ago, there was none. And by right now, I would like to say that I'm too smart for them, but that sounds wrong. Yeah. Anyone else? No. If that's the case, well, 10 seconds to spare. Thank you very much and enjoy your conference. Thank you. Okay.
No? That's okay. Okay, sure. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. So my name is Nicolas Bruce. I'm a Senior Director of Operation Engineering at Tumogul, which is a Silicon Valley-based company. also here on behalf of Tech for Ukraine, which is a coalition of tech CEO in the Silicon Valley that has been doing some fundraising in the past couple of months to allow 70 startups, I believe, to come to this conference. So about TwoMogul, it's a company that has been founded in 2006, 2007, something like that. I joined it in 2008. And last July, we went IPO. So we went through all this exciting stuff about going to the NASDAQ and Times Square in New York and all this startup-y experience. And what I want to talk today, it's more about like all this journey, what we went through and how we went to a 7-people company to a big IPO company over this 7 years. So, all right, the first thing, definitely be passionate. That seems really obvious, that's the easy one, but no matter what you do to design your product, to find your market, you will hit many roadblocks. Nothing will be easy, and there is no way you can accomplish the result you want without being passionate. In Jeff Bezos' words, if you don't know Jeff Bezos, he's a creator of Amazon.com, which was called, I think, Cadabra initially, something like that. Anyway, as an entrepreneur, if you are going to build a company, pick something you think is interesting that has intersection with genuinely creating real customer value, and just stay right there and let the wave catch you. Why do I quote Jeff Bezos? It's fairly simple. Most of the business TwoMogul did has been driven by the main concern of creating customer value. That's how we end up today. We started being a video delivery platform, went through some video analytics solution, to end up today being an enterprise software company for digital branding. What it means is basically if you go on YouTube and see some video ad that you like, it's probably because of us. If you don't like it, it's your competitor. But that's what we are building. And we came to that not because we know we are like a big vision, like we need to build it. It took 7 years to get there. And that was because of this passion of delivering a real value to the customer. So how does it work? Just quickly on that, so you understand the product. A brand, an agency can use your software solution to plan their campaign, on which one, based on the plan, we can buy for them programmatically on a bunch of inventory. We will measure the result of this campaign, and we'll be able to optimize dynamically all those campaigns. So just this process, I will go in detail a bit further later, but it does involve like a lot of different technology. It may seem really obvious, it's like a UI, you do your things and it works. The thing that it does involve a lot of different partner, website, machine learning, and things like that. And at the end, once you optimize for the customer and represent the result, the customer can choose to revisit his plan and adjust his goals. So I was telling that there is a lot of integration, a lot of people involved in this market. This is definitely one of the challenges. There is a lot of different integration, different technologies, different like standards. We go from you need to know like you need to have a dictionary of acronym to work in the ad industry. VPaid, VAST, all the SSP, so the supply side platform, all the publisher, all the ad networks. We have like DMP partners that allow us to get some data about people and allow us to do like targeting and things like that. So there is a lot going on behind the scene, and TwoMogul is really here to simplify all this chain and allow the brand to manage their campaign efficiently. So that's pretty much the same. We automate all the buying and give access to pre-roll advertisement like on what you can find on YouTube. You have access to mobile platform, to social videos, to connected TV, which is a big trend right now, some display and things like that. So we are working with all people and many more. But at the end, because there is so many complexity, you have to stay pragmatic. And after the passion, you have to be pragmatic on the way you implement. That's another one that sounds obvious, but when you are caught in the startup life, you think about what you want to build, and you can easily lose track of your focus and your goal, and you can easily try to over-engineer or complicate things, where sometimes like a simple solution may work better. This will come from our co-founder. So it's Brett and John you see here. They went to Cal, so it's Berkeley, the University of Berkeley, to do their MBA. And because they were close to the Silicon Valley, they could have chosen to build the company close to Facebook or Google or whoever was there, and spend a lot of money on really fancy offices and all those things, or move us like to San Francisco. Instead of doing that, because they were really passionate by their history, all the of the history of their MBA and how they went to this idea of building to Mogul, they wanted to stay close to Berkeley and build a real identity. But they were also really pragmatic. There was no reason for them to spend like thousands of dollars they didn't have yet to have a company like in Silicon Valley, per se. So they keep their company in Emeryville. It's when I started to join the company. And on the Silicon Valley notes, I will quote Paul Graham. If you don't know, Paul Graham is one of the biggest VC right now for seed funding in the Silicon Valley. He managed the Y Combinator seed funding. I think it was at the PyCon 2012. He was saying about Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a curious thing. It doesn't have an architectural center. There is no forum that is the center of Silicon Valley. The center of Silicon Valley moves around. It is wherever there is, at this moment, the greatest concentration of people who are going to make the next generation of stuff. I really encourage you to watch this video. It's about like 45 minutes. He has plenty of ideas about startups and next product and things like that. But just this quote is amazing because, and he also does a really funny joke, I think, in the video, but he always to say right now that this is right now the center of Silicon Valley. And I can say that also because on behalf of Tech for Ukraine, we were able to get like 70 startups to come here today and try to help them to accomplish their business dream, if I say. So that's not enough, and one of the important things is that once you have the passion, you are being pragmatic, you try to build your... You still have to iterate often. Without iteration, if you try to plan for what will be your product in 2 years, you will most likely fail, especially in engineering. You need to be able to learn quickly, apply this learning to your development and your work. One use case, this is a fairly simple one that dates from 2008, which I believe represents some of this passion, pragmatism, and iterate often. Amazon in 2008 was not as used as it is today. It was not as famous, but still we were willing to use it because we were not ready to pay like for real hardware for months and months and committing to that without like making sure the business needed it. We needed a solution where we can easily grow without worrying about like all the technical aspect of it. Like, oh, we need to add like 3 more hardware into 3 more servers like in 2 months. So the idea was to use this compute solution from AWS. We simply use like the API to start instances. On the instance where started, we push our code to the instance. We use some simple OpenSSH tunnel to our database on our data center. And after that, we were able to have our cron running, crawl a bunch of partner API to collect data and metrics, populate that in the database. Was done, we shut down everything. This is fairly simple, but after almost 7 years, it's still running. And it's why it's really important to stay focused on what you want to do, because sometimes you don't need such a complicated system. You may just need like a simple script that will start, a simple cron that will start your server, do the job, and shut down everything. That said, after a couple of iterations, we had to go to some more complex systems. There was like this one that allowed us to collect and aggregate data. We had some other part of the system that needed to be like always on. It's how it ended up to some interesting war story where we lock ourselves out of the server or lose access to everything, or you start to learn how like Amazon can work or not work, especially if there is like hurricanes going on or power failure somewhere. You have to start to learn like what is a cloud and how you need to develop your application for the cloud. The high availability of Amazon will work only if you are ready to use it and be able to have your applications that move from one data center to another and things like that. On this fact, if you want to read more, there is a white paper from 2011 at the Usenix LISA conference in Boston that explains some of the challenge we went through. So what does it look like today? It's a lot of pieces. There is all the bidding platforms. There is all the console ad server solutions that we have. We have all the part of the systems that manage and data, partner data information. So each of those are a critical function in the systems that allow us to do like this simple product I explained at the beginning. So you have like what is pretty much your version of the NASDAQ for advertising. Bidding is really about like having a publisher like YouTube that contact us and say like, hey, I have this user on this web page that is going to watch this video. Do you want to show an ad for how much? And you have like few milliseconds to reply. You have to say like, yeah, I want to show my ad at this price. And once you do that, the ad is displayed. You collect data. You want to make sure it has been seen. How much of the video has been seen? To make this decision of bidding, you need to make sure you have like the right information about the user. So it's where you have like all this cookie information. So that's high level of the system, but this can't happen if you don't pay your debt. And by that, I don't mean like financial debt. You probably need to pay this one, but I'm talking about technical debt. You can't get to a complex system or grow your application over time without paying your debt. After a couple of years, you will start to feel the pain. And that's a natural thing to have a technical debt. As you learn about your product, as you develop it, you will learn new paradigm, if I can say, and you will revisit the way you have been developing. At the time you develop, at the time you build your application, you do it with the current knowledge you have. After a couple of months, after a couple of years, you will learn a little bit more how the system should work, how the interaction really work, and what doesn't work. And based on that, you will be able to improve your system. And for that, I will quote Ward Cunningham, who coined the debt metaphor. Ward Cunningham, if you don't know, is basically he invented the wiki. He has developed the first wiki in 1994, something like that. His view of the debt metaphor is really to make an analogy with a financial system, where if you don't pay your debt over time, at one point you just have debt, and you can't even have enough resources to build anything. So you just pay your debt. In other words, the whole debt metaphor, let's say, the ability to pay back debt and make the debt metaphor work for you, advantage depends upon your writing code that is clean enough to be able to refactor as you come to understand your problem. It's a 5-minute video. I really encourage you to watch it. It's really a good understanding on what is technical debt. And this means that with all those iteration and by making sure we pay our debt and we really look at solving a problem, we have been able to have a platform that is today able to handle like really high traffic volume. And by high traffic volume, I mean like multiple billions of requests per day, small packets with a really low latency. This number is probably outdated. Most of our partners require that we have like a 80 millisecond latency that include also network round trip. On the browser, on third-party side, it allows us to handle like really high spike traffic that is hard to autoscale for advertisement. We are vulnerable to third-party latency, and it's something that we need to be in the 150 milliseconds response time, something like that. Same thing for the data collection. On the back end, we have a lot of technology involved that goes from MySQL to Vertica to Hadoop MapReduce to all those things, a lot of machine learning going on. To collect a lot of logs, try to understand what does it mean to be able to make our decision. So it does need to communicate efficiently to our bidding system that is a low latency database to be able to efficiently. So that's where we ended up with. So to conclude, I will say be passionate, be pragmatic, iterate often, and pay your debt. This way, I think you have like some basic key elements that will remind you like how you should build your business on your platform. And I really mean like technology aspect of the platform. If you stay focused, passionate on your iterate often, while you still your debt over time, you'll be able to have like a solution that will be strong enough to accomplish your dream, I guess. That's it. Thank you. Is there any question? No question about Tumogul, Tech for Ukraine, about being passionate? No? Everyone is passionate? Good. Thank you.
Okay. And it's right.
You have 25 minutes.
Sure. 1, 2, testing. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're not sleepy after lunch. I'll try to wake you up. My slides will come in a minute. She's slower than me. My name's Keith Tier. I live in Palo Alto in Silicon Valley. I'm British, born in Britain. I was the founder of EasyNet, which is the European internet service provider that we started in 1994. And after EasyNet did IPO, I moved to Silicon Valley in 97. I did a company called Real Names, which was a UTF-8 naming system for internet websites. And then I co-founded TechCrunch, the blog, which I hope some of you read, and an incubator called Archimedes Labs. And Archimedes Labs does 3 things. We do investments, we do acceleration, and we do incubation. The distinction is the investments, it's somebody else's company, we put money, and we just shareholders. Acceleration, it's somebody else's company, we put money, but we also get involved in the product, and we get stock, which is worth more than our money would buy. So we're like co-founders. This is acceleration. And incubation, it's our own idea. We build a company from an idea. Chat Center is an incubation. Chat Center is an attempt to redefine mobile chat, which, if you think about it, seems like a crazy thing to do, because Facebook just paid $19 billion for WhatsApp. So you would imagine that this must be kind of like the end of history for chat, because you would only pay $19 billion if the history had ended and you could buy the winner. But our starting point is that history has not ended. And so the first thing I want to do in this talk, which is not very technical, is about technical philosophy. not about actually what we build, but how we think about what to build. And I'm going to go through 3 things. The first is I want you to understand context as an important variable in deciding what to build. And then I want to talk about today's context, what we should build today because of that, how to think of that in terms of the opportunity, and then I'm going to tell you what a chat center is an example of this approach. And if I'm successful, you will be able to go away with ideas for yourself which use this approach. So my goal is not to sell Chat Center to you, but to explain Chat Center as the end result of a way of thinking. So first, context and products. You know, a product, if it is not fitting its context, is like a square peg in a round hole. What does that mean? Let's say today the context is dominated by the growth of smartphones. So if we were to build a product today which is heavily web-centric, using a website as the delivery mechanism, probably this is a square peg in a round hole. Because even though the web is fantastic and we all love it, people are using it less and less because they're using apps on smartphones more and more. So we have to think real hard about using the web anymore as the delivery mechanism. The back end can, of course, all stay the same, but the way we deliver it has to take into account the context. You all know this guy, right? He's a bad guy, obviously. Karl Marx. And Karl Marx did say at least one good thing. This is his quote: "Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under their own self-selected circumstances, but under the circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations is like weighing like a nightmare on the brains of the living." And what he is saying there is, if you allow the present and the past to dominate your thinking, you will become the prisoner of the past. But if you can think of the world this way, not as a static world, but you know, we kind of live somewhere here in the line between the present and the future. But much of the code that we use today was created here, some of it here. But if we want to change the world and we want what we produce to be relevant to our audience, we have to live here, not here. If we live here, then nobody's going to care. It's like R&D. It's got to be somewhere around here. Otherwise, we're the victim, the prisoner of the past. If you do that, you end up like this. You know, it isn't dead, but it isn't truly living. This is a good example of, let's say, Microsoft. Microsoft isn't dead, but it isn't truly living either. It's kind of somewhere in this middle state where it lives on, and it's almost painful to watch the life because it's dysfunctional life. It doesn't really fit the context. And then there's things being born, things which are not yet truly born. You know, a good example of this would be iBeacons. iBeacons are Bluetooth transmitters that have enormous potential when added with software and smartphones to create context for human beings in their life in the real world. But it's the very, very beginning. It costs $30 today to buy an iBeacon from Estimote in Poland. But actually the build of materials is probably $1.50. So you can tell it isn't truly born yet. Because it isn't mature, but it's, you know, you're pretty sure it's going to be born, it's going to live. And these two things are the key to life. If you make a bad choice with your choices of technology, delivery mechanism, and product, then your life expectancy will directly come from your choices. So today, you know, if you're choosing MySQL backend on a physical Linux machine with PHP as your programming language and the web as your delivery mechanism, good luck. You know, it's the bad choices, and your life expectancy will be short. If you're choosing Java or Objective-C or Swift on virtual machines in the cloud with low costs, it still may be bad because you might build bad products, but at least it's a better starting point because the context suggests this. If you think like this, you have to look at yourself and say, you know, is it time to run away from what I did in the past, to escape? Because if I don't run, I'm surely going to die. Or should you fight and you know, stick to what you have because you believe it's relevant for the future? And almost everybody has to make that choice around about every 5 years. And it depends, you know, if you just started, if this is the year to make the choice and you only started your business last year, you have to make the choice this year. But if you've been around for 5 years, you still have to make the choice because the world has changed around you and your context is no longer the same. It's no longer what it was at the beginning. So, this talk is about app services and the mobile cloud. Well, I made those words up. You know, if you go and do a search for app services in the mobile cloud, you will not find very many hits because nobody uses. So I'm making the case that there's a new context which is only just being born, and that these words, app services in the mobile cloud, are keys to unlocking the possibilities of this new context. Why app services? Well, the first thing is, you know, we all know we live in an app world. We all have many, many apps we either test or use. We change them very quickly when new ones comes along. We're living in an app world. And an app, for the last 3 or 4 years, has been, not always, but for the most part, a standalone thing. That is to say, self-contained, not consuming external services. Very different to Web 2.0. Web 2.0, the browser consuming external services, often from the cloud. And even before that, Microsoft apps were consuming external services through COM objects on a machine. The consumption of external objects or external services is a constant. But apps, actually, for the first phase of their life, have been pretty self-contained. If you think of WhatsApp, you know, architecturally, if I'm using WhatsApp and I want to chat with you, you also have to be using WhatsApp. There's no external service we can use to glue us together, WhatsApp to WeChat, let's say. It doesn't exist. But on the desktop era, 10 years ago, there was Meebo that could glue together ICQ and MSN Messenger and AOL Instant Messenger. There was external services being consumed through an aggregated chat app that everybody used. So architecturally, in a way, apps are primitive. They're standalone, most of the code is self-contained, and the cloud services are almost always 100% owned by the company that built the app on their own cloud. So this is phase 1 of apps. It's self-contained, a little bit like portals were the phase 1 of the web. Everything was contained inside Yahoo. Yahoo had the content, the code, the cloud backend, everything was all Yahoo. But that was in 1995, 1996, 1997. But by 2005, Yahoo has Flickr, it has PubSub, it has all kinds of external services that it consumes in order to produce its service. And it also published services for other people to consume so that Yahoo could be transported elsewhere. We are not yet in that stage with apps. We're in the closed app world of self-contained apps and services. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I think it'll get better in a minute. So in this world, this closed world, there are many things which are in the process of death. And I'm very careful with the words. They're not dead. They're in the process of death. It means they're very much alive, but they're not the future. They are not the future. They are the past and the present, but not the future. And I won't read them all out, but one of them says World Wide Web. That's the one I'll talk about, because this seems crazy, right? To say the World Wide Web is in the process of death. Well, to be clear, I don't mean HTTP is dying, and I don't mean the internet is dying. I mean web pages are dying. And they're dying because we're not spending any time looking at them. We're spending time with our mobile devices, And with these, we are not looking at websites mostly. Sometimes we do, but mostly not. So it's dying because of misuse, of lack of use. Even Google search, which is still growing, is shrinking as a proportion of all traffic on the internet, because now mobile traffic is making up more and more of the traffic. So even Google search is in the process of dying, not dead. Won't be dead for many, many years. America Online is still alive after all. So things don't die, but they're in the process of death. These things are in the process of life. They're being born. Not just the mobile operating systems, but the mobile cloud, the Internet of Things, iBeacons, Bitcoin could be in there, Swift, the wearable devices, crowdsourced applications for consumer services, like Airbnb and Uber. These things are all new that could never have existed before the smartphone. Imagine before the smartphone trying to figure out where a taxi was in your city and how long it would take to come to you. You couldn't have done it. You need a GPS in both you and the taxi. You need to have a map so you can see where it's coming. It was only possible recently. So these things are being born, and abstractly thinking the services, these services are coming to life as well. So when you make a decision about what to build and how to build it, and these are two, of course, very separate decisions, you have to take into account this broader context in order that what you choose will be relevant. On the right here, there's some good decisions. On the bad, I even put HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript over there. And I love them. They're tools I love and use. But the mobile web doesn't seem to be happening. So it doesn't seem to be a good place to put a lot of energy compared to over here, where you have Swift, Objective-C, Java, Node.js, AngularJS, JavaScript, Amazon Web Services, MongoDB, and so on. These seem to be part of what's happening. These seem to be part of what is either going slow or dying. So how to decide what to build? Well, the first thing is you have to think out of the box, is really what Einstein is saying here. You have to, your brain has to go to the place where it is open to the possibility that everything that exists in the past is no longer relevant. And therefore, you cannot use the lessons of this era to be successful in the new era. You have to have a blank canvas and a fresh mind and think over. You have to start with the building blocks that seem to make sense and then answer some questions. You know, should everything be mobile? It's a good question. Should everything, not just some things, but everything? Is there any role whatsoever anymore for the desktop? Well, of course there is. There are all kinds of niches where the desktop's still massively important. Accounting, you know, computer-aided design, coding. There's many, many places. But for the most part, consumer and enterprise apps, more and more the answer will be no, there is no role for the desktop, there's only a role for mobile. Now that has huge implications for everything, including who you hire, how you train them, what they build. Should you do consumer or enterprise? Well, it seems that recent history, the context is that consumer apps get adopted in the enterprise later, and that there is no such thing anymore as enterprise apps. A good example is Yammer. Yammer was evolved from Twitter. It was specifically coded for the enterprise, so it was different than Twitter, but similar in terms of use case and experience, and was eventually sold to Microsoft for, I think, was it $1 billion? It was a lot of money anyway. Yammer clearly was not originally conceived in the enterprise. It was conceived in consumer. So which should you do? Should you be thinking about apps where the content is not paid for, but is either crowdsourced or curated? Beats Music, for example, which Apple just acquired, is curated content. And one of the reasons it's so good is because the curators understand music taste, and when they see somebody that likes certain music, it's the music they like too, and they can curate other music that person would like. And it's human, literally human curation, not machine learning. It's human curation. Or crowdsourcing like the Waze traffic app, where, you know, Waze, W-A-Z-E, you can get in the car, and on your drive to work, there may be 100 other drivers who are using Waze as well, and they will tell you there's a policeman, you know, at the next corner. Before you arrive at the corner, you slow down, and you become respectful of the law. After you've gone, you can speed up again and decide the law doesn't matter. But Waze is informing you of that because all the drivers are sharing information. It's a new way of gathering content. It's free content, you don't pay for it, but it's incredibly valuable. So if you compare Waze to, say, Google Maps or Apple Maps, Waze is so much better because the information is real time and coming from actual people who are driving. So do you want to do that? Is it a software world or a hardware world? We have a company in our portfolio called Downtown. I'll move on because of time. And I'm going to tell you about Downtown in a minute, which made a hardware choice. So from this many possible choices, you can either build a good soup made up of things which are coming to life and ship a product. Downtown, what they did is they took the iBeacons, virtual payments, mobile phone, and crowdsourcing to make an app. And what they do is they put an iBeacon on every table in a coffee shop and one at the door as you walk in. And they have an app which, when you walk in, it says, "Welcome to the coffee shop." And then you sit down and it knows which table you're sitting at, table 16. The menu comes, you order the food and the drink, you don't go to the line, you just go straight to the table. The iPad in the kitchen gets the order, they bring you the food and the drink, you eat, you drink, then you leave, and as you leave, the beacon phone knows you left, and it pays with the credit card without you having to do the physical payment. This app could only have been built in the last 12 months. It would have been impossible to build this app 24 months ago. Maybe 18 months ago, you could have used prototype beacons. A year ago, you could buy beacons, but they were in short supply. And even now, it's pretty much leading edge implementation. It's a very simple idea, a really simple idea. And it means, and this is what it means for the restaurant. The first thing it means is their revenues increased many hundreds of % because people started to order from the table a second cup of coffee or a second pastry. They no longer had to stand up and go in line. It was convenient to reorder. The second thing is the tips for the staff increased 10,000%. Normally in a coffee shop, the tips are very low. Downtown made the tip 20% as a default. And the average check was maybe $20. Nobody changed the 20%. Everybody gave the tip 20%. So suddenly the staff are getting more money. The restaurant is getting more revenue. The staff who used to ask the order and take the check now can be nice to you because there's no pressure. They can say, "It's nice to see you again today. How are you doing? Would you like maybe another cake?" So suddenly the human interaction is improved. And the business model for Downtown is to take half the tip. And from the half of the tip, they pay the credit card fees that the restaurant used to have to pay to Visa and MasterCard. So the restaurant loves it. Downtown loves it. The customers love it. And it's very modern and future-proof because every restaurant obviously should, not high-end restaurants where you actually want to have a waiter, but fast restaurants, coffee shops, bars, places where normally there's a line, they all love this. Nando's is now talking to them. Nando is the chicken restaurant chain, to put this into 1,200 restaurants. And the company literally only launched 3 months ago. So this is an example of thinking in context and building things which are relevant. They use Stripe for payments. And Stripe is the first app service in the cloud that I want to talk about. Stripe is a payment service, and every app that can is building it in because it allows global payments from an app with a very small number of lines of code. So Stripe is an example of an app services company. And These guys didn't build payments, they just integrated Stripe. This is app services in the cloud. So we all have a choice to make whether to look back or to look forward. And the choice is going to make a difference to who we become, who we want to be. We can reinvent ourselves, or we can be in slow death. Facebook reinvented itself. It was a web company with a website, and this is its early growth. But this is Facebook today. It's not a web company anymore. It's a virtual reality company with cloud services. Its Instagram is growing, whereas Facebook is declining. Today in the New York Times, they announced that in 3 months, the teenage usage of Facebook declined from 72% to 42% in 3 months. But the Instagram use, up. The WhatsApp use, up. So Facebook's becoming a mobile company. It's no longer really a web company. It's reinvented itself for the context that it found itself in. And Mark Zuckerberg, who is both young and brave, spent about 20% of the value of his company acquiring Instagram and WhatsApp, because he knew if he didn't do that, he would not be building in the right context. He would be building in the old context. TechCrunch made the point that Facebook is behaving like a startup, which is what really everyone has to do. When the context changes rapidly, if you do not behave like a startup, you probably will not stay relevant. And as a result, revenues from mobile have gone way up. I don't know if you remember when Facebook did an IPO, the stock price went down. And the main reason it went down is people thought mobile would kill Facebook. But Facebook owns mobile now. And 72% of all the revenue from advertising on mobile is going to Facebook because they changed. I've got to finish in a couple of minutes. And let me tell you about Chat Center. So now you might understand why I'm doing a chat service when WhatsApp already exists. WhatsApp is a chat service model on the old model. Everything is inside their cloud. You have WhatsApp, I have WhatsApp, we can talk. But if you have Kik and I have WhatsApp, we cannot talk. With mobile, we all have phones with phone numbers. We can all voice call each other. I don't need to know which phone you have. I don't need to know which operating system you run. I just need to know your number. And if I know your number, your phone will ring, we can talk. The same with texting. If I know your number or your email address for that matter, I can get a message to you. But with chat, no. I have to know which app you use, and I have to know your identity inside that app, and I have to be running the same app. What Chat Center is trying to do is change that. Make it so that we all have a chat address, just like a phone number or an email address. That the address belongs to the person, not the app or the device. It's the person. And so as we change devices or we change apps, we remain the same person, and you can chat with the person just using their chat address. This is the idea of Chat Center. We believe that paid messaging is going away and that everything will be free. And we believe that what we call app silos, chat inside apps, is not the future, it's just the present. Like this world doesn't make sense with many chat apps. It makes no sense with different apps for different people, for different friends. So if chat was universal and free, so it had the benefits of SMS and MMS, in other words, it just works, but it also had the benefits of WhatsApp and Kik and Line, it's free. This would allow this to happen. A business could say, chat with me on the website, and on the mobile phone, the business owner can get the message. Why? Because it's just a chat address. It doesn't need an app. It's just a chat address. For that to work, the chat has to be in the cloud. The cloud service has to provide the chat and the names and the routing so that the mobile phone can get the message. So what we've done is we've moved chat into the cloud and made it a cloud service. And we've built apps on the phone to receive alerts and notifications from the cloud service. And these messages can originate anywhere. This is an example on the web. This is an example on, this is my Twitter page. It says chat with me here, click there. And people can click on my Twitter profile and be chatting with me on my iPhone. They don't need to have any app. The same inside Instagram. You can share somebody your chat name. It's just a URL. In a way, we created URLs for people. Every person can be a URL, and the URL produces a chat with you. This is an example in email with my signature. Chat with me instantly down there. No need for any other method of communication. And this is mobile to mobile, where both parties have the ability to message. We also created outbound chat to any mobile phone number. So we said, okay, mobile phone number is just an address. If you have a contact address book on your phone and you have people's mobile numbers, it's okay. They can chat with people using the mobile numbers. And for this, we used SMS as a bridge. We take a one-time SMS. The SMS has a link. The receiver clicks the link, and they have a web app. See, I do like the web. They have a web app which puts them into a chat. So the bridge is through the cloud. The revenue model is we charge for names. We never do advertising. So if you want to be Keith Tier, that is a free name because it's a long name. But if you want to be Keith, it's $20 a year. So we have free names, but we also have premium names. Brands, trademarks, first names, dictionary terms are all premium names. So it has a business model, and other people can build it in. Chat Center can be built into other apps because it's just a URL link. That's all it is, a name for a person. This is our stack. It's not very interesting. Notice we did use these things that I said I don't like, but we use them as glue, not as the frontline delivery mechanism. So cloud service for apps, there's lots of them. I mentioned Stripe. There's lots of Bitcoin cloud services now for apps like Coinbase. There's Parse, which was acquired by Facebook. Lair, which is for messaging. Urban Airship, which is for alerts and notifications. Twilio for outbound SMS and voice calls. These are all cloud services specifically built to be consumed by application developers. We think this world is growing and represents a future that will not go away. We think it's big, and we think it's driven by the rise of smartphone shipments. And that is the end. Thank you. And if you want to chat with me, all you need is this link. If you have this link, my phone will beep and I'll be chatting back with you. I think we have no time for questions because I used all the time. Is it true? Yeah. Thank you.
Under the hair, okay. Like this. This is weird. Okay.
It's a wood just, but
in the pocket. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This will be fun. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Most of it. So as you can see, there are 4 participants in this panel. Aleš Petic had a really good keynote, so we invited him as well. and we will see later why we did that. So we want to talk about hardware, obviously. We all know those names by heart: Oculus, Nest, Jawbone, Pebble. There's a lot of things going on in the hardware world, but we want to talk about why. Why is it? Why now? Why is hardware so hot? What is going on? What happened? We heard some things earlier today, but I would like you guys to tell me your opinion. What is going on? Jeff.
Thank you very much, Mia, and also thank you to the...
Take the mic.
Thank you very much, Mia, and also thank you to the organizers of ICD for inviting us here. On the subject of why hardware is hot now, it's a combination of many things. The first, in my opinion, is that with the prevalence of smartphones, the cost of these really interesting electronic components, accelerometers, cameras, LEDs, lights, has come way, way down, and they're very much more available. On top of that, the availability of entry-level electronics such as the Raspberry Pi has allowed people to really experiment and get out there. People who don't have backgrounds in electronics engineering can buy something off the shelf and hook it up to their Arduino and drag some stuff around the screen and make something happen. And this is new. So 10 years ago you couldn't do that, 20 years ago you couldn't do that, 5 years ago you couldn't do that. And it's really the time for being able to put something together in your garage, prove your concept, and then bring it to market.
Yeah. Aleš, you are doing that. When did you start Cube Sensors? How did you get the idea? Was it harder than it was today? Tell us a bit more.
Well, Cube Sensors is kind of, well, we are kind of old startup. We are 3 years old, I guess. But effectively, we've been working with this for 3 years. In terms of designing stuff, in terms of procuring, sourcing, like the components and all that, it actually was really much the same as today. One of the big differences that we had was that we weren't able to go crowdfunding. Because Kickstarter just started, Indiegogo just started, and they were still preventing from non-US companies or groups of actually selling stuff or getting interest from on their platform. So we had to rely on our own. So for us, for the past 3 years, yes, a lot of things changed. Though in terms, like Jeff said, the big thing about why hardware now is simply because of internet, because the physical world, like the UPSs and the supply chain components, followed up with internet. So for me, it actually is the same or even easier to get things from China or Brazil than it is from the local store, because local store does not have as big warehouse as Amazon or some supplier from Brazil has.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned crowdfunding. There are few projects from Slovenia that were crowdfunded successfully. How did they do that if you cannot crowdfund it? If you can't go on Kickstarter, if you are from Slovenia? Or
well, it's actually a really sad story. I believe that's the same from Ukraine. Yeah. You can do it in the past year if you move your company to UK, like we're talking about Kickstarter, or you find someone who has a social security number in US, and basically you pay him or her like 5% of the fees, so that legally it's their project, but you present yourself as the actual theme. So it's a kind of, it's a sideways, it's just yet another mediator, broker in between that takes away 5% of your revenue.
Yeah. Jaroslav, do you have something to add? Why now? Why hardware?
First of all, the hardware was always cool. And now it became more easier just because, in my opinion, the access for technologies became much easier, the cost dropped, and for sure, as my colleagues mentioned, the Internet of Things, the hardware things became alive now. You can easily program stuff, you can communicate with the hardware device. They like got a soul, and it's rising very extremely, I think.
So hardware is going through some kind of similar revolution software went through a few years ago. Alexander, can you make some kind of comparison between software and hardware?
Yeah, sure. I was just thinking about what to add to these guys because we pretty much said everything, right? So I have to get creative. I thought I'm going to start and tell about 3D printing and everything, but I didn't get the chance. One of the things that I've thought about why now is, and that might be a little bit provocative, is people just got sick of being virtual. I mean, they actually wanted to have something in their hands. And this is due to the success of the apps, which we see, and there's literally millions, and it's very hard to choose from. And all your life is virtual, you are communicating with your friends virtually. Every now and then you actually want to hold something in your hand. And another reason, I guess, is that there was a guy who was smart enough to realize what happened in the app world is also happening in the hardware world. So if we look back a few years, most of the hardware was multifunctional. Maybe digital cameras is a good example. Now digital cameras can do not just take a photograph or the smartphones. And they figured out, okay, so app very specific, they do something or only one thing, but they do it very good. So now we see exactly the same thing happening in the hardware world. For example, there's Fitbit, which only has few accelerometers in it. It's very easy in terms of what the hardware is like, but it's doing it very good, so it only has one function. So I guess somebody figured out it has to happen also in the hardware world, and it is happening. So maybe that's one of the reasons.
Yeah. Well, do you own Fitbit or some other smart bracelet?
Yes, but same problem as with apps. After you wear it for a few weeks, you put it in a drawer because your habits are not that different from day to day. So you get the information you like, and then afterwards it's just getting a little bit too inconvenient to have it everywhere because you have to charge it, you have to download the data, whatever. Same with apps. I think it's 95% of the apps are opened only once. It's quite scaring numbers, and it is also happening in the hardware. Very many of these gadgets end up in a drawer, but that's fine. I mean, for me as an investor, you can still make money by selling it maybe only once and having a recurring revenue. In this phase, isn't that important.
So now, of course, we have hardware startup accelerators. Maybe you, Alexander, can continue. Why do we have the need for specialized startup accelerators for hardware? Why are they different from the software ones? What are the benefits for startups? Why would someone join you and not, I don't know, some famous software accelerator?
I see many people who I also saw during my presentations. I don't want to repeat everything which is said there, but one of the reasons is why accelerator started was that in order to build a successful business, you need connections, right? In order to build a successful hardware business, you need connection in the hardware world. Software accelerator, for example, they don't have a network because their network is completely different. So that's one of the reasons having a specialized accelerator for the hardware. And maybe Jaroslav has opinion or some other things to add.
Thanks. Actually, the concepts of our accelerator are different from Build It. The main difference that our main business is a new product development. We do the product from idea to the mass production. So we do industrial design and then drawings, then prototypes, production, even sometimes delivery. And we founded accelerator not just to be investors. Our main aim was to help startups, and in one time we can carry maximum 3 or 4 projects, and we exchange our services for the share in the company. So we are not given a full service of due diligence, whatever. We can advise someone.
Jeff, you have accelerator as well, as I understood.
Yes, that's correct. So Hardware.co is, in addition to the acceleration program, it's also a networking and community events organization, but I can speak as to why we have an accelerator program. We formed in order to help hardware startups as much as possible. So all of the founders sat around a table and said, okay, we have these resources, we want to accomplish this outcome, what's missing? Very early startups, so I have this idea, I have a prototype, to I'm getting on the store shelves, I'm getting contracts, I'm getting sold. There's a big gulf. And in this gulf is, okay, how do I manufacture stuff? Who do I need to talk to? What's involved in building a product? And so the Hardware.co accelerator, the Berlin Hardware Accelerator, the program was designed to fill in this gulf as much as possible. As opposed to a software company, there are so many extra things that you need to do when you're doing a hardware company. You need to worry about sourcing, you need to worry about manufacturing, inventory, logistics. You also need to worry about regulatory issues, certifications. And if you're unprepared for it, then it's going to be an early death. And if you don't have the right liquidity at the right point in time, then it's going to be an early death. And there are so many ways that you can kill a hardware company that don't even come into the picture when you're running a software company. And the goal of our accelerator is to inform as much as possible, here are the things you need to do to have a successful company, and also here are the people that you need to know.
Well, I learned about that process on a hardware way. But you mentioned today that you are now too smart for hardware accelerators. Can you explain that?
I also said that I don't want this to leak out, so thank you. No. It just 3 years ago when we started off, there were no serious hardware accelerators or incubators or whatever you want to call it. I think that nowadays things has got a bit more mainstream, so you get it. But the problem with hardware is that there are so different phases, right? I had that on my presentation. There is a theory that it takes, before you launch a product, roughly 6 times the time as if you just launch a product as a software. And this is not simply because it takes longer. It's simply because it has so much more things that you have to do. So there are different phases that you have to address, that you have to go through, as Jeff mentioned, from certification and regulation to manufacturing, to producing stuff, designing, dealing with suppliers. Like, no accelerator can prepare you to stuff that we encountered. Like, we got forged electronic components, like sensors, which we discovered only when they were actually in our product. This is just one small detail that you have to be careful about. So well, we didn't go through it, but for the past 4 years we've been bleeding all over the place, and we obviously still have some stuff left to bleed out. But the idea is that hardware is getting easier to do, primarily because you have access to big markets, right? In my view, you are a hardware startup, even if you do, there is a famous project in Slovenia, they do a wooden camera, right? Basically, they only use wood, handmade wood, to build a camera. It has no electronics, but they are a hardware startup. Their biggest advantage is that if they would do it 10 years ago, they would have to go to a local shop and start selling it, and then go to the neighboring country, neighboring city, and slowly roll it out. The difference with startup is that they can actually, they did a Kickstarter campaign, roll it out worldwide immediately, right? So with accelerator, you just have to be careful, right? Not careful, but you have to be selective. Some really concentrate on prototyping, which is great. Some others on supply chain, there are not a lot of them. Some other on the manufacturing process, selling the stuff and all that. So there are really, really different points in time where you're going to accelerator. And as opposed to a software ones, there is really a lot of sense to actually make 1, 2, or 3 hops in different accelerators if there are different ones.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned manufacturing. Cube Sensor is produced in Slovenia, mainly, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
What about that? What about China? What about some third solution?
Okay. People who ask me to, or or who ask me two things: why is our product so expensive, and why we are not producing in China, usually had never tried to do a hardware product, because they have no idea what they're talking about. Number one, price-wise, you price at the point where you can sell. That's very easy. If I'm oversold, and in our case, in our worst time, we had a backlog of 5 months after people actually paid for the product until we were shipping. It was not like pre-orders. We obviously are doing something right in terms of pricing the product. Number two, China and driving down the price. China actually makes sense when you're making 100,000 units or more, right? There are some suppliers for us who actually have minimal order quantities of like 10,000 units. We're a small startup. We have no bargaining power with that. And you know, even on top of that, because we are a startup and we did not have a lot of experience, we had to be there. It's much easier at the factory. It's much easier to bootstrap on gas, if that takes you 15 minutes to a local factory, than on plane tickets if you have to fly to Shenzhen every 3 weeks. Because factories don't know how to do this stuff, because you're building something new. You are a startup, right? You're not just building the next TV set.
Yaroslav, you have something to say about China?
Yes, sure. There are two opinions, like you can start locally or you can go to China. But there is also a third one. If you hire someone locally who is skilled in China, that's also an option, because a startup usually has no idea about the hardware, let's say. They don't know how to produce it. But he can apply for the local people who have experience to do the product in China or any other country or locally as well. It can be accelerated. Let's say a company specialized in the product development. In that case, you don't need to do everything by yourself. You need to focus on the sales and marketing, which I consider also a very important part of any project, instead of sitting 24 hours at the factory. So that's my opinion. You have to say something?
Yes, I have to say something. The reason why I completely disagree is that if your core business is actually building the stuff, then the only person I would send to China would be my co-founder. You cannot hire your core competence guy. You simply cannot. You have to have it in your core team. If you are a type of startup that you actually sell things, that this is your core competence, you again better should not go into developing stuff. You rather find a no-name product that you package into your branding and sell it if it already exists. But going after something that you have to manufacture and try to hire someone to do it across the board, I think is extremely dangerous.
Jeff, what do you think?
I have to agree that unless you have a very specific case, that going to China from the very beginning is probably a bad idea. For the reasons of what are you doing flying halfway around the world to sleep on the to being able to negotiate and figure out how to build your product while you're still figuring out what your product is something that is much easier to do in your own neighborhood, in your own backyard. But also this concept of having a product competency and not something you want to outsource. I'd like to share an anecdote. As part of the Hardware Accelerator, I help from time to time investors sort of do due diligence checks on hardware companies, and I was speaking to the founder of a company. They make a consumer electronics device, and the investor wanted to know, was this a good company to invest in? And so the first place to go always is the team. Okay, who's on your team? Who has the competency for building things? And it's, oh yeah, we got this one guy in China, and we have this whole team building the firmware, and this whole team building the plastics. Is that the team is yours, or you pay them? They're contractors. Oh, they're contractors, but we have an air and everything's great, and everything they build is ours. And this is when you sort of just smiling and nod and say, oh, they have no idea. And when you're building a hardware startup, whether it's a consumer product or it's something that gets attached to a service, you really have to be able to put your hands on every part of the process, because every part of the process you're not able to put your hands on is not yours, and it's a risk. And yeah.
It's actually exactly the same as with. It's exactly the same as with software. I can be running a software startup where I would outsource all of my software development. Simply doesn't work.
That's not a software startup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Alex, since we mentioned software is a big part of hardware startup. Can you say what is more important, the hardware part or the software part? Or
well, it's not an easy question to answer. Also, again, in my presentation, there's new business models emerging which didn't exist before. Hardware companies used to be selling the product, and that was it. So the customer lifetime value was very low. Now there are hybrid business model coming on the market. For example, hardware as a service, in parallel as software as a service, or where hardware is a premium feature. So you get the free product, which is a software mostly, but you get a premium feature which comes through using the hardware. So it's very hard to say. My opinion is that nowadays it's very hard to survive as a hardware company without having the software attached to it, because you need a recurring revenue, and this is something which every investor inspects. So kind of, I guess, the answer would be, even I'm reluctant to say, software is a little bit more important in terms of it's very hard to sell a hardware product without software interface. It's very easy to sell a software product without hardware interface. So I guess software is a bit more important. But again, we just saw on the last presentation a good example. If you combine these two, there's a huge market opportunity.
You agree? Okay. Well, let's say you met a software guy or a girl, and he or she wants to enter the hardware industry. What advice would you give to that person? Where to start? Who are his or her co-founders, mentors, investors? This is a whole brand new world for those people.
Okay, since we're running out of time, I'm suggesting everybody gives one piece of advice, right? So my advice would be, if you're a software background engineer looking to go into the hardware scene, do not start by building hardware. Start by looking something like Alash and Jeff was saying, so something which is a no name, attach your brand to it, and try to make it. You're still a hardware company, in my opinion, even if you don't do your own development.
Yaroslav?
It depends on the situation with this guy, but mainly, on my opinion, everything depends on the person. So if the person capable to do the competences necessary for this project, I mean that he can try to do by himself, then he has different chances. But I'm not a professional in software. It's very hard for me to comment from what to start, from software, hardware. I would say from hardware, but it's not a, professional answer might be.
Well, hardware in itself is just the tools to to deliver the final product or user experience, right? If you can buy it off the shelf, obviously you do it. Even with Cube sensors, part of our offering uses Raspberry Pi. That's brilliant. I mean, you buy it for 20 euros or $20 a pop, and you put a software inside of it, right? The part that we couldn't source elsewhere, we built ourselves. So it depends what kind of a problem you're actually addressing, and then try to figure out how you resolve it and what kind of people you actually have to bring in company to build it. Just building hardware on itself, well, try to do something with Legos. It's the
Alex touched on this a little bit, but my first advice for somebody who wants to get into building a hardware startup is, as much as possible, don't. And that might sound a little bit strange, but if there's a way that you can deliver your product, your service, without having to develop the hardware that is required for it, that's the way that you should go. So it's nice to have hardware that you've developed in-house, but there's so much involved that if there's any way to avoid it, you should. And the way that I explain this to software people is, imagine that you're going to ship a product and you're only allowed to compile it 4 times. You can press go 4 times, and each time you press that button, it costs 15,000 euro.
I think that this is the good ending of this panel. We need to wrap this up. We are running out of time, but feel free to share your opinion on social media using hashtag IDCEE 2014. Thank you, guys.
Good luck for your experience. I'm going to use them. It's brilliant.
Vitalo. Vitalo. How do I have to do it? Just put it in the pocket, it's fine. And what is the forward? Is this?
This forward slide.
Forward, excellent. Okay. Hello. Oh, that's very loud. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, today I want to give some introduction about Bitcoin, also why it is far more sophisticated in terms of keeping control over your money, and this is what also might matter in the future. And this is why I want to have some presentation about this whole thing. So my name is Martin Albert. I'm 33 years old, and basically, I'm a chemist, so I'm not directly from the Bitcoin community, but since 2012 I've become full-time into Bitcoin after being an early adopter, and now we have developed this Vitalo project, which is based on some multi-signature. And but not about me, but now about Bitcoin. So basically, what was designed for? That's basically the most interesting part. So if you go from the Bitcoin origin, from this white paper from Satoshi Nakamoto, it was just designed as some system to transfer value from person to person without involvement of any third parties. And the whole thing was started, of course, as an open source project. And I think in the beginning, not many people really have realized what kind of impact this might have, because why would you think about this might be important? We can already transfer value from A to B right now. And to make it also a bit more visible how Bitcoin is basically designed, I always make this analogy to some kind of real life. So basically, I'm covering the whole scene. Because in day-to-day life, it's actually a very simple thing. When you have, for example, an object like an apple, someone has, and of course, when you give it to someone else, it's very simple. You cease to have the apple, and the other person which you give the apple to receives the apple, and then he has the apple. And then this guy can again give the apple to someone else, and so on. And it's always very clear with a real-life object. You always have the object in your hand. You can transfer it to whom else. Problematic is the whole thing when you go, let's say, online to the Techstage and you go to the internet. Just imagine you have now some kind of virtual apple, and then the whole thing becomes more complicated because just imagine I have this virtual apple and I want to give it to someone else. What happens? Usually it's just a copy. And while I'm sending this kind of virtual apple to someone else, I still have the old apple by myself, and I have to somehow prove that I don't have the apple anymore. And of course I can always say, I deleted my virtual apple, but it's not very convenient because I could, of course, just say I deleted it, and in the end I didn't do it. What is then usually happening is you need to have a central party which is trustworthy enough to keep track of the apples. so in principle, if you, for example, go for World of Warcraft Gold or whatever, you have some kind of institution who says, okay, person X has this amount of this whatever virtual apples, and person B has this amount, and when someone is exchanging the value from A to B, the central ledger keeper has to cancel it out and has to put it on the account of the next person. And this is also like how the normal banking system works. The normal banking system works like this. You have basically a centralized bank account, and the bank tells you you have 5 euros or 10 euros on your bank account. And when you send the money to someone else, the bank makes sure it's deleted from your account and it's credited to the other account. And of course, it usually works quite nicely as long as this party is trusted. Of course, you cannot allow the people themselves to edit their own bank account because everybody would be millionaire the next day. So in that sense, it has to be a neutral party and so on. And of course, you can also say for the internet, you don't really want this kind of central party because you want to have it as an independent thing, and to also really see the benefit of all this, you need to move it on. And this is where Bitcoin made this really innovative idea to simply say we don't need a centralized ledger, but we make it to some kind of blockchain, which means we are creating this kind of ledger, and everybody who is connected to this network just gets a copy. And with some very sophisticated algorithm, there's basically some agreement with mining and so on. And in the end, everybody agrees, okay, this person has this amount of virtual apples or bitcoins or whatever you call it. And that's basically just a consent mechanism, a very sophisticated consent mechanism. And it works basically just like a BitTorrent app. Everybody can connect, it's voluntary, everybody can participate. And when everybody is connected, you can tell basically your computer to confirm the transactions for everybody else, and then everybody gets a local copy of this whole ledger that keeps track who owns how many apples. And that's basically the whole basis. So that's basically the starting point. So now you hear basically about Bitcoin, and everybody who has interest in it, he immediately realizes, that's very centralized, it's peer-to-peer, you don't need any bank, and you keep control over your whole money, and you can send it by yourself over the internet at no cost. And it's super secure, and everything is with cryptography, it's somehow anonymous. But still, this question is, so what? I mean, I don't have any real benefit in my day-to-day life, and the question is, why is now Bitcoin really better? And or like how is also the difference between the transaction in the Bitcoin and to a normal transaction? And just to wrap it up very quickly, to describe the transaction of a Bitcoin in detail, the general principle is, of course, since you don't need any banks, you can always take a certain amount of Bitcoins, and you have to match, let's say, your public key with the public key from someone else, and then you have to sign with your secret private key the transaction, and you can send the money. This works very well. No one else is involved except for this whatever decentralized network. And the trick is then the transactions are public, so everybody can see this transaction was happening. It's just not clear who is behind. And that's basically the fundamental difference. Because if you then go back to a normal bank transaction, it's just the other way around. You have basically this bank in the middle, and you need to open an account at your bank, and the bank knows exactly what is going on your bank account. But on the other hand, the transaction is not public. So when I send you money, I know about the transfer, the bank knows about the transfer, and the receiver, but no one else. Maybe financial authorities or so, but in general, the transaction is not public. And that's basically the core difference. Bitcoin makes a public transaction, and it's just not known who is behind, unless, of course, you send to someone you know from whom you received the whole thing. But what is now really the core difference? So basically, just imagine you have money somewhere. Usually you have control over your own money. You can just have it cash under the mattress. There's no problem with that. But as soon as you want to use the money, that's the biggest challenge, because as soon as you want to use the money to send it somewhere, you always depend on the bank. So what are you basically doing? In most cases, you have to deposit the money somewhere, and only then you can use it for online shopping, for whatever, because you cannot really, even when you're using credit card or whatever, you always need to deposit it somewhere, and only then you can basically use it. Because cash, you can maybe pay the local, the local bakery or something, but that's already quite limited. And the problem now, and this is where really the whole thing starts. Now the bank can really say, stop. So you cannot spend your money anymore because whatever, your bank account is frozen, something happened, or you really depend on this third party that you can still access your money because you don't have the control anymore. And I also made this with this nice octopus. When someone wants your money, they never go to you. They always go to the bank and say, this guy owes me money, and they just take it from your bank account. And you cannot really prevent it because you don't control the money anymore, but the bank is in control. And this is why it's so easy to just go directly to the bank and take the money from there and not from the individual to say you owe me money. They just take a title, for example, and then they just go directly to the bank, and that's basically it. And this is also why many people were so enthusiastic about Bitcoin, because okay, Bitcoin, you have just some cryptographic keys and so on, but the problem is not really solved, because also, of course, with Bitcoin, you have the same problem as before. You can keep your Bitcoins very securely somewhere in an offline wallet or whatever. This all works very well. But as soon as you want to use them, or you want to trade with Bitcoins, or you want to do whatever business you want to do with Bitcoin, you always again depend on some kind of web service who handles the Bitcoins for you, which really takes over control. And then you basically get rid of the banks that had the possibility to take control. But whatever, you have the same in green, which means the service provider for the Bitcoins takes over control. And I'm not only talking about Mt. Gox who go bankrupt maliciously or whatever. It can be all kind of stuff. It can be the database is accidentally erased or whatever. So basically, it's out of your control when someone else keeps your funds. And this is a problem which Bitcoin so far did not solve, because you again depend on centralized services, you give up control, and the security is also basically outsourced to the service provider. And so basically you have only a few possibilities. You can, for example, store the coins offline. That's always very complicated. You need to print out some paper sheets and so on, or you can try to find some trusted service, but you then depend. Because the problem is under Bitcoin, the access to the Bitcoin always depends on this one single key, which gives access to the Bitcoin. Anyone who has the password, basically, he has control over your money. And even like keeping your own private computer securely, that's not very easy. When everybody has some Windows virus, you can get it even without recognizing. And there are so many stories where Bitcoins are simply stolen also from private people. And of course you can have it super securely offline, but then you have the same problem. You can simply not use it. And what use are Bitcoins when you have them offline in some offline key? It doesn't make any sense. So, but what is basically, because Bitcoin is the really great thing that you have very modern technology, very sophisticated setup, and what if basically you could create this kind of service environment where you don't give up control over your coins, but you keep your own key and they are still basically somewhere. Sounds like and because of course when you send it somewhere you always give up somehow control. And but what if when, for example, it's not even possible to hack the service provider, because when the service provider doesn't have control, then the hacker who gets control over the service provider also cannot take coins from there. And then of course the next problem is in the internet environment, when you want to make business, you want to sell something to someone, you don't trust the other party necessarily because it's very anonymous. But what if basically a service could be created where all these problems are solved at the same time? And Bitcoin has already in the very basic protocol foreseen this very sophisticated multi-signature technology. And basically it's the same thing as, I always make this comparison to some nuclear missile launcher. So you have two keys instead of one. So you have one key which you give to the president and the second key to the defense minister. And only when both keys are matching into the locks which were foreseen for that, the nuclear missile can be launched. And with Bitcoin, you can also do the same. This is not possible in the normal banking system. You cannot have a normal bank account where you have control and the bank has also the same time control. But with multi-signature in Bitcoin, that's really something fundamentally different. And I just will explain how this is really beneficial and how you can really make it secure. But I just want to wrap quickly up again how the normal Bitcoin transaction works. Because basically you don't have Bitcoins, but you have only so-called unspent outputs, where you have basically a proof that you still have the coins. You always create a transaction draft, and previous outputs from the other transactions are now used as input. And then the transaction inputs are signed with your private key, with this one single private key. And only then it can be broadcasted to the Bitcoin network, and they will confirm the payment. With multi-signature, that's basically fundamentally different in the following sense. So basically you make a new address consisting of two keys, of two public keys, which you can also create independently. And you can basically combine these keys however you want. And as a result, you will get a special Bitcoin address which starts with a 3. And it's just like a normal Bitcoin address in the end. But in order to spend the coins from this multi-signature address, you basically need to do the same as before. So you collect all the inputs and so on. And then you have to sign the transaction with the first key. And then you can hand it over to the second party, who also gives the signature with their key. And then only when both keys are completed, the Bitcoin transaction can be broadcast to the network, and there it will be then accepted by the network when sufficient amount of signatures have been signed. And of course, the question is now, how can you make the service really secure with this technology, that basically the person keeps full control over his coins. It works basically like this. You can create two independent keys. And the most secure mechanism is to create the key somewhere from the user where only the user has access to. And this can easily be done in the user's web browser. And because the user web browser, the service provider would never see. And at the same time, you create a second key, which is independent from the first one. And of course, when you now would make transactions, you would need the user's key. But what you can do, you can basically encrypt the user's key directly with the user's password, which only the user knows, in the browser. And with this method, you can then send the encrypted key to the web server. And this is actually very powerful, because then even the system administrator, he only sees the encrypted key, and he cannot move the bitcoins without having it encrypted. And encryption would then take place. You copy the key back to the browser, and the user would decrypt after after copying it over. He has to decrypt in the browser with his password. And that way, there is no chance that the service provider would ever see the unencrypted private key, which he would need to move the coins. And of course, this is also available then when some hacker would hack the web server or whatever. In this case, even the most sophisticated hacker could only see the encrypted key of the user. And in that sense, there is no chance you could ever access the money from some user without the explicit permission. Of course, you still have to, let's say, cover the security risk, because of course when the computer of the user is compromised, then the hacker can take the key directly from the computer of the user. But as the same as with a normal bank account, with every normal bank account, it's nowadays standard to have a two-factor authentication method, which means he has to again confirm either with SMS or with some other method that even when the hacker has access to the computer, that he can still not get the money out from there without the second device, like either some kind of paper key or some kind of mobile app or simply an SMS code, because it's very unlikely that any hacker would have access to the mobile and to the computer at the same time. Then, of course, the question is still, what happens? So how can you prevent that, for example, the web service goes completely offline? Because even when everything is super secure, no one can steal anyhow money from the web server. You still have the problem when you hand over the coins in this multi-signature wallet to the service provider, they can still go offline overnight. But again, Bitcoin offers a very great possibility to prevent this. And this works basically with a so-called dead man's switch. It means when the website goes offline, you can have a pre-signed transaction to the key of the user. Which means when the website is offline, the user gets a pre-signed transaction which he can then reimburse in the network. And even when the complete database is lost, deleted because of earthquake, because the web service was shut down, it's still possible to get the coins out from there. And this is also impossible in the normal financial environment. So when a bank closes down and there is no government bailout, the money is lost. There is no chance that the bank, when they close down, there's no chance you get the money back. And in particular with Bitcoin, it happened so many times in the past. The website went completely offline. There are technical difficulties. It was not always a bad intention from the people. But with the right security setup, you can even prevent this worst case scenarios that you always get the money still back to your private account when the website does not respond. And this is possible with timed transaction, which has a pre-signature from the service provider. And so then basically the bottom line is in Bitcoin, in comparison to the normal financial environment, it's really possible to create really secure, no trust environments. And based on multi-signature, no one can ever access the money. And on this, with this setup, you can really engage in trade, and no one has to trust each other. You can basically use a service, hand over your valuable assets, and there's no chance that anything would get lost in the end. And that's basically it. And based on this technology, you can build up whatever service you would like. It's just the basic open source concept. And thank you very much. And if you have questions, I'm ready to answer these. Thank you. Sorry, disadvantages? For Bitcoin in comparison?
I'm asking this because right now I heard that some countries regulation problem.
Yeah.
Regulation problem. Some countries prohibited to use Bitcoin or something like this. And how you see the situation?
Yeah. In my personal opinion, I see the use of Bitcoin is not for businesses so much, because you have always a problem. Businesses always have to pay everything in fiat currency anyway. So when you have a product for sale where you have to buy all the raw materials in fiat currency, it's more like a marketing gag to accept Bitcoin. It works. You can do it without the risk of devaluating the Bitcoins because of the price fluctuation. You can change immediately. That is all covered. But the problem is, as I said, the regulatory aspect. And I think in the future, Bitcoin, a private money, where also private people use it. For example, also in the previous presentation they mentioned this Uber. It's some kind of gray business areas where people are using bitcoins, for example, because you have this sophisticated technological methods where you can keep control and so on, and you have basically something which takes place outside of your bank account. And so for this kind of private transactions, the regulation never applies. Of course, you can make it completely illegal and say you are not allowed to use Bitcoin, but it's the same as making pirate copying illegal. So people will still use it because of the benefits of the whole thing. But I also would see in the future businesses always have so much regulation to be compliant of, and I think there is not a huge incentive to take on board more Bitcoin related things, because you have to change back, you have to report all your assets and so on. But I think in particular for this kind of private businesses which are in this kind of gray area, Bitcoin is one of the greatest inventions ever, because you have many sophisticated possibilities to handle the coins, and especially in this kind of travel area. For example, also this kind of Airbnb-like businesses where private people rent out their rooms. You have a lot of trouble changing with different currencies and so on, and because Bitcoin is just an agreement of value between the community, and you don't have to exchange all these different currencies back and forth, and in that sense you have huge possibilities, but I don't think that we will see ever that a normal bank would incorporate Bitcoin into their portfolio, but that's also not the reason why Bitcoin was invented, and it's also not the technical solution which Bitcoin can provide, because as soon as you need trusted parties and so on, you anyway would rather go with a normal government currency. I'm sorry? For the keys, you mean? The keys are generated, it's some cryptographic algorithm, and you can just get generated in the Bitcoin software, for example, or it's just an algorithm you just have to apply, and then you have a public, you always create a key pair. You always create a key pair of a public and a private key. And this is just some software algorithm, so everybody can do it. How the quantity? Yeah, I think from technical point of view, you just have a private and a public key, and then you have these so-called unspent outputs which you can send in. So you don't have bitcoins as units. So you have basically an address which holds an amount of bitcoins.
Sure. Hello, good afternoon. Well, we've got our presentation. So, my name is Viktor Tsykunov. I'm from Microsoft Ukraine. And today I'm going to present you, well, actually that's going to be a presentation about one of Microsoft product, which I believe very much resonate with everything related to startups, innovations. And it's going to be about Microsoft Azure, which is our cloud platform. So I'm going to talk about what is it, how to use it, and why it's so important for startups and for anything related to internet. Okay, so first of all, the very obvious question: why cloud, and what is cloud? I think everybody has got an answer here, at least in this audience. I talked today with many startups on a startup valley, and I should say that all of them are using any kind of internet technologies, and not all of them, but the majority of them are considering cloud solutions. So why? Well, first of all, because it's very fast to deploy. Doesn't matter how complex is your project or your platform or your solution. It can be easily scaled. So if today you have 5 users, but tomorrow you're gonna have like 5,000 users or 1,000,000 users, you can do it with the cloud, real cloud platforms. And definitely economics. So I know some companies in Ukraine, for example, they're smart enough doing optimization. So for example, during daytime, when they need to serve a lot of customers, they bring up many servers. And during night time, when they don't need anything, they like remove them, so they pay really less, like actually 2 times less for their infrastructure. So it's about economics. But I believe all of you know this, so we're not gonna spend time here. So, Azure. First of all, this is Microsoft service, which is globally located. We've got data centers in United States, in Europe, in Asia, and we have many CDN nodes to deliver your content to your customers. So we are really global. We are really big. So many enterprises are using Azure for deploying their apps or storing their business's data. There are a lot of transactions, databases, etc. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. Just wanted to show that in order to build such an infrastructure, we invested a lot into building data centers, developing processes and procedures required to handle such a massive IT system. In order to do it, we had to make automatization of this, and we are very successful. We are growing very fast, and that's really good. We could not build a massive data center without support of the industry, so we've got a lot of partners contributing and working with us to deliver this service to you. So definitely when you are looking for any cloud solution, maybe you plan to do it only on top of Microsoft technologies, but definitely you may need to use other. That's why we've got a lot of partners and their solutions to be available. The platform has been developed and it's still developing very fast. So only like this year, we launched a lot of new technologies and we supported a lot of new technologies. Like it's new virtual machines with SSD disks, which are very kind of a cool and popular technology now. It's also site recovery solutions. It's a lot of improvements in our data services, like machine learning, like HD Insight or Hadoop, etc., etc. And we don't have big releases, especially in Azure anymore. So we do not launch like Azure 3.0, Azure 4, etc. We keep adding new and new technologies into our platform every day. So if you deploy your solution on top of Azure, you may realize that each day you have some new and new features which arrive. Good. So why you should consider using our cloud technologies versus competition? Well, definitely there are a lot of competition on the market, which is really great. How do we differentiate? Well, yeah, we work with big enterprises, so it's really enterprise-ready solution. Definitely, it's hyperscale. Well, I have an interesting story with one partner I worked with. They had a solution for image recognition. So they created a service which allowed their customers to recognize some patterns in the images. And they were selling it as a as API for the customers. It was a small startup, couple of developers. And one day, they received a call from a customer from the United States asking their solution to be part of a big marketing campaign. They calculated approximate number of resources they need, and it appeared to be something about 10,000 servers. Definitely, it's absolutely impossible to deploy 10,000 servers for one-day event, because they had to do it for one-day event. The solution was deployed on Azure. They come to us asking whether we can fit such, whether we can scale in such amount. We said yes. Finally, they could really bring up their solution from 3 servers to 10,000 for 5 hours, run that solution, and after the campaign was over, shrink them back to like 3 or 5 servers. The most interesting and challenging, the most interesting part was that the all-up invoice they got after at the end of the month was about $4,000 US. So we can really scale a lot, and it's not expensive because you can scale up and scale down. But what's really important and how we differentiate from competition, it's our hybrid model. So a lot of customers today are still using on-premise systems. So to develop your solution on top of and using Microsoft technology and using Microsoft Cloud, which is Azure, you can really deploy it on public cloud, which is Azure. You can deploy it in the customer data center, or you can deploy it on third-party hosting built on top of Microsoft technology. Probably cannot do with any other solution. So where we are unique as Microsoft is that you can really propose your customers what type of deployment they really need. We support open source. That's very important. So whenever somebody is saying like Microsoft, people say, okay, that's about .NET, that's about Visual Studio, that's about Windows. If you say Azure as our cloud platform, that's not. So we massively support all industry standards, all industry platforms which are available in open source. As an example, it's Linux operation system. Definitely we support it on virtual machines. We support all devices which are currently available on the market. We support a lot of languages which are Python, Node, PHP. We support Java, etc. So if your development is based on open source, if you never use Windows, you still use you can use Azure without any problem. And we invest a lot in order to make sure that open source stack works really good on top of our cloud system. Very important. It's about standards and compliance. Whenever you do a project, definitely you can build and deploy it in on your local data center, on a small hosting provider. But if you'd like to attract a lot of investments, you need to make sure that your data center or your cloud provider really complies with all kinds of regulations. So we spend a lot of resources and energy in order to pass all standardization check for well-known standards, like PCI DSS, that is storing credit cards data, or for example HIPAA, which is storing the standard for storing healthcare data in the United States. So there are much more standards we comply with, and again, building your solution on top of Azure would mean that your solution could be compliant with these standards also. Okay, that's all about just overview of kind of marketing. What's inside? What's inside Azure? By the way, who is using cloud platforms here? Is it Azure or some other? Azure and some other. Good. So what's inside? This is a snapshot of all services which are available in Azure. First of all, it starts with the data layer. And here you can definitely use a databases, like relational databases like Microsoft SQL, which you can get as a service. And you can use non-SQL storages. Very interesting, like, for example, which is the implementation of Apache Hadoop for managing big data. You can use some interesting NoSQL databases like table storage, like another, like Redis, etc. So NoSQL data storages in order to store your data and develop a really scalable applications. Then you have number of solutions or building blocks on top of it, which are, first of all, virtual machines, something you would use probably in order to build your infrastructure as a service solution. You have very interesting concept of cloud services. That's a base for platform as a service solutions. You can use more simple stuff. For example, websites, which are really scalable platform for hosting like high load, load balancing, geo-distributed websites. And some other interesting things, for example, mobile services, a very easy concept in order to build a backend for mobile application. When you need just to store some data in the cloud and do some and deliver some notifications to your application. Or for example, you have media services in order to do online streaming, DRM, and like online, on-demand, DRM, etc., all stuff related to video. On top of it, you have an integration layer, so you can use service bus, you can use CDN, you can manage your routing and your traffic to your deployment. You have also on the access control level, you've got Active Directory and very interesting concept of multi-factor authentication, which you can take and implement as a part of your application without necessity to reinvent and rewrite it again. Well, and definitely we support a lot of consumer-side devices, both Microsoft and non-Microsoft. Well, I'm not gonna, because I don't have a lot of time, I'm not gonna drill down and make a demo of how the portal looks like, but the idea is very simple. You go to azure.com, you sign up for a free trial, and you get access to a management portal. In a management portal of the system, you have all the services listed here. So which you can choose and deploy within seconds. So you can bring up a virtual machine, for example, both for Windows or Linux. You can get a database. You can get, for example, Hadoop cluster and ready in some seconds, etc. So in order to start working with the platform, you do not need any local infrastructure at all. Just a computer, PC connected to the internet, so you can start trying. Let me quickly walk you through the kind of key elements, which I a little bit touched earlier. So virtual machines, probably that's one of the most used, definitely building block in Azure. And again, we support Windows and we support Linux. You can deploy anything from very small virtual machine, which is using one core, up to very large virtual machines using 8 or more cores. Definitely, you can use different disks, like from SSD disks, as I mentioned, in order to make your application faster, to any disks which of any scale you can attach to the virtual machine. And definitely, you have a lot of tools in order to automate everything. For example, to bring up virtual machines automatically, to manage settings of these virtual machines, to combine them into clusters, to put the load balancer on top of those virtual machines. And definitely, you have tools to route traffic to the published ports of your machines. Well, definitely if you deploy virtual machine or virtual machines in Azure, we as a provider, we guarantee it's up and running, and we have SLAs behind it, and you are responsible for everything which is happening inside your machine. Operation system, applications, etc. You do not need to support, you don't need to configure many of well-known solutions. There are a lot of pre-packaged services available right now. Actually, we have it in two places. The first one called Microsoft Azure Certified. Those are images which were pre-packaged, checked, and verified by Microsoft. So you can pick them from, and you can be sure that they are like pre-packaged correctly and optimized for Azure. And you have another source of community-held images called VM Depot, where you've got, like, I think more than 5,000 images with a lot of open source technologies pre-packaged there. So you can also pick them and deploy in Azure within like a couple of minutes. Let me share with you right now some, again, new and cool technologies which in Azure recently. First of all, something we are really proud of called site recovery, which is really important if you'd like to build a disaster recovery solution. Support right now two ways of hybrid disaster recovery solution. The first one, when you have two data centers and when you need to do failover. In order to do failover, you need some agent to sit on top and analyze what's happening with each of your data centers. So you can make Azure be this communication channel, and it works. So if this site fails, it automatically is going to bring up this site up. And if you don't have any second site, right, you can use Azure to replicate data here, and when this site is down, Azure Replica is gonna take over the lead of your requests. So I'm highlighting this because that's which really differentiate us, because we really can build the hybrid solutions. Definitely, you can use Azure just as a cloud provider, but in the combination with the Microsoft System Center and Windows Server, which are deployed on-premise, you can build this kind of very sophisticated solutions. SQL. Well, I talked a little bit about SQL, and actually we have two options to run Microsoft SQL Server. The first solution, you can deploy pre-packaged virtual machine with SQL Server inside. You're gonna be charged the price which includes the license for Windows Server and license for SQL. And it's gonna be a virtual machine. Or you can pick and use SQL database as a service, so you don't need to tune and manage it. By default, that SQL is gonna run in a shared environment. So it's gonna be like 3 servers having the replica of your data, but there are gonna be other customers using the same servers. So we try to balance the farm in the get appropriate performance. If you'd like to, you can remove all other databases from your servers, so you will have a dedicated server farm for your solution. Well, definitely it's going to be more expensive. What's great, you can switch between these two approaches very easily. Big data. So, as I told earlier, we support Apache Hadoop. So Apache Hadoop, which we called actually Azure HD Insight in our implementation. This is a way how to keep huge amount of data, non-structured data, in a storage, and the way to process some requests on top of this data. Great here. So usually it's pretty complex deployment. What's great here, you can store the data, you can bring up a server farm to make operations on top of this data, make your calculations, and remove this farm. And definitely, again, as an any cloud solution, you pay just for the time this farm is used. And very recently, we introduced something which is called machine learning. That's a set of algorithms which are available for you to build some machine learning tasks, like to predict future, for example, to do classifications, etc. So you create the model on top of the data you have. You can publish this model as a web service, and you can incorporate it into your application. For example, you can use it to do next logical purchase in your e-commerce website, or you can do it in order to predict price, etc. So right now you have it ready to use as a part of the platform. Websites. So websites, again, that's very easy approach to host your web application, but it can scale from a shared hosting mode to a farm of servers, and you can apply a logic when the scale can happen. For example, you can say that you need to keep appropriate level of CPU usage for your farm, or you can scale it based on other KPIs you may specify. So if you need to run a web application, probably that's the easiest and the fastest way to deploy it. Well, Visual Studio Online, that's another solution we have in Azure. With Visual Studio Online, you can manage your code. Actually, this is what we call TFS Online, which we used to call it TFS Online. So now it is available as part of Azure. So you can use it to track your code, do testing, deploy your solutions, etc. And now it's again available as a service. Authentication. This is called Azure Active Directory, and it's very kind of used service. If you need to implement authentication within your application, you can use it, and very often customers are using just this service. So how it works? That's a service available in Azure, which can connect to third-party authentication tools. So you can put like Google authentication, Yahoo authentication, Facebook, etc. And you can build your authentication system on top of it. And of course, you can connect to on-premise to Active Directory, which is probably the most used on-premise tools for managing resources and providing authentication. So using this tool, you can build your application with the ability to connect to any other authentication sources. Media, again, all tasks related to video streaming, encoding, and protection are available here as a service. Mobile services. So this is something, if you need to create a backend for your mobile app, and if you do not want to bring up a lot of servers and deploy a lot of logic behind, you can use it. So what can it do? You can have storage, you can have authentication, some simple logic you write in JavaScript. You can have push notifications delivered to your app, and the schedule of events happening with your application. As a result, you can do this with actually the majority of available native platforms like Windows, Android, iOS, and a lot of currently popular frameworks for creating mobile apps. So, just to ramp up, there are scenarios how you can start, try, use it. First of all, it's test and development. Yeah, so if you do any projects, you can test it in the cloud. If you have something on-premise or something run on other cloud solutions as a virtual machines, you can bring them to Azure, again, very easily by uploading the image of your system. You can store a lot of data. You can do big data analysis, which could be a separate task for your application. And definitely, which I mentioned, if you have any web application, Azure could be a very good source for hosting it there. So, why it's important for startups? Very easy. It's actually free for all startups. Who is aware about BizSpark program? Okay, just some of you. So BizSpark program, it's a program which was designed by Microsoft to support startups. It's very easy. We give almost all our software and services like Azure for free to all startups for 3 years. And as a part of this program, you get 5 subscriptions, which you can use, for example, to host. Each of them can host like 2 virtual machines. You can do a lot of testing. You can store a lot of data there. It's free. We don't ask anything back. In order to do it, you just need to go to BizSpark site and register. And if you need more as a startup, there is another program, which is called BizSpark Plus. BizSpark Plus was designed for startups who consume a lot of resources. Actually, if you need a lot of resources, you can come to us, and we can consider giving you this program, which is a $60,000 per year, or $5,000 per month of Azure resources you can get for free. Again, we do not ask anything back, except your promise to use it, deploy your solution, and run it there. That was all which I wanted to explain you today. If you'd like to try it, so it's Azure Microsoft.com or just Azure.com. And the BizSpark program, you can go to Microsoft.com/BizSpark and register there, or come to our stand and we can help you with registration and additional information. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, thank you.
Yes, it's me. Hello. Done? Okay. Does anyone here speaks only English? Are there people who don't understand Russian or Ukrainian in this audience? If not, then I would rather speak Russian, okay? Я буду говорити по-русски, тому що українською я не дуже вільно володію. Так, насправді мене звати Макс Іщенко, я працюю на 2 проєктах. Один із них Genie, інший з них DO.UA. І сьогодні презентація така, якщо вам подобаються numbers, якщо ви любите статистику, то це для вас. Дуже така суха, нудна, скучна презентація про состояние рынка IT. Да, в основном вакансии, зарплаты, компании, все, что связано с IT-индустрией. Вот, собственно, источники для этих данных, они на тех проектах, которыми я занимаюсь. Первый — это DO.UA, это сообщество разработчиков. То есть мы там регулярно проводим опросы наших пользователей, которых много. Плюс мы опрашиваем компании периодически. И на основании этого там собираем статистику, которую мы частично выкладываем на сайте. И второй источник данных — это Genie, это сервис поиска работы, на котором довольно много рекрутеров, довольно много кандидатов, то есть там есть тоже цифры, которые я сегодня буду показывать. Собственно, у меня 1, 2, 3 части. Первая часть — это компании-разработчики, да, что там происходит. Вторая часть — это деньги, конкретно зарплаты. И третья часть — это тренды, да, что там нас ждет в будущем прекрасном. То есть по нашим оценкам сейчас в Украине 75 тысяч разработчиков, плюс-минус 25 тысяч. Вот. 15 тысяч работает в крупнейших компаниях, ну, в крупных компаниях от 1000 разработчиков. То есть оценка, ну, так, довольно условная, да, вот она корректируется периодически. Там было 60 тысяч пару лет назад, до этого было 45. Ну, точно на самом деле прямо никто не может посчитать, но вот у нас estimate такой, 75 тысяч. Вот. При этом, если мы говорим, то есть понятно, что 45% в Киеве не живет население, но вот если мы говорим про IT-отрасль, вот внимание до UA, то есть это люди, которые работают в IT-компаниях, да, не в банках, там, не на заводах, не в ЖЭКах, а вот в IT-шных компаниях, вот типа Люксофта, который вот здесь сидит, то распределение такое получается. То есть почти половина Киев и в принципе всего 5 таких центров, да, крупных разработки. Это Одесса, Харьков, Днепропетровск и Львов. А другие остальные там где-то в категории others. Второе – это молодая отрасль. Да, вот сейчас медиана составляет 27. Несколько лет назад, когда мы впервые начали соцдем мерять в нашей аудитории, было 25 лет. То есть, в принципе, там, за 2 года средний разработчик ну, повзрослел на 2 года, но все равно достаточно молодой парень. У него есть зеркалка, велик. Вот, он работает в каком-нибудь Люксофте или там еще где-то. Вот. Ну, то есть почти нормальное распределение, да, ну, то есть, ну, туда мы еще дойдем, я надеюсь, там до 45 плюс, но пока их нет. По опыту работы тоже, ну, в принципе, схожая тема, потому что много людей, там, студентов и так далее, молодых специалистов, которые приходят в отрасль, часто люди, которые проработали там больше нескольких лет, они каким-то образом исчезают, да, из этого распределения. То ли они переходят, например, меняют карьеру, да, и становятся там проект-менеджерами или там какими-то там начальниками чего-нибудь, то ли они уезжают куда-нибудь в Европу или еще куда-нибудь, и, соответственно, тоже выпадают из нашего рынка. Поэтому сверху там постоянно идет вымывание, но снизу постоянно новые молодые кадры приходят. Почти все говорят по-английски. Ну, опять же, да, вот по тем оценкам, по тем опросам, которые мы проводим на сайте, 4% только сказали, что они совсем прям не понимают ничего. То есть у них элементарно английский. При этом, ну и 75%, там тоже 4% сказали, что у них нет никакого образования высшего, только там среднее. Вот. А у большинства есть более-менее сносный английский и более-менее высшее образование. Это по разработчикам, с компаниями. Следующая тема. Значит, опять нет точных оценок, но вот по нашим данным, по нашим оценкам экспертного, это 2000 компаний. Средняя очень маленькая, да, но есть там как бы несколько очень крупных компаний. О них отдельно сейчас расскажу. Вот. Основную часть IT, то есть основную часть по людям занимает, основная часть специалистов занята в аутсорсинге. Да? То есть это распределение конкретно по сотрудникам. То есть мы не берем во внимание там, размер бизнеса или там еще какие-то параметры. То есть вот конкретно люди, которые работают, да, вот из них в стартапах работает всего 4,5%. Это не значит, что стартапов так мало. Скорее всего их больше, просто ну, им не нужно так много людей, как занято там, в какой-нибудь большой аутсорсинговой компании. То есть основная часть работает в аутсорсе. Вот если мы посмотрим на крупнейшие компании, так называемый топ-25, который мы уже несколько лет на DOE ведем такую рубрику, где компании, ну, собираем информацию о сотрудниках у компаний, да, и они нам сами предоставляют. Вот, если посмотреть на этот список крупнейших, тут почти все это аутсорс. То есть вот это IDCEE так называемый. Кто-нибудь не знает, что такое IDCEE? Есть, которые не знают, что это такое? Врете, вы не знаете, просто не слушайте. IDCEE это офшор, это как бы не совсем аутсорсинг, это компания конкретно открывает офис в чужой стране для того, чтобы, ну, по сути, нанимает там людей для своих нужд. Да? То есть этот офис не является самостоятельным, они самостоятельно на рынок не выходят, не продают свои услуги. То есть у нас есть несколько компаний, вот, типа Wargaming, Samsung, которые, они крупные, они не украинские, но у них есть большой офис в Украине. Вот, и есть там буквально 4 таких продуктовых компаний, Terrasoft, наверное, самая известная, но это крупные компании. То есть в крупных компаниях полная как бы победа аутсорсинга. Весь бизнес-модель аутсорсинга это того, что ну, чем больше у меня людей, тем больше я зарабатываю. Поэтому они как бы растут быстрее остальных. Теперь про зарплаты. Не хочет открываться. Значит, про вакансии, про зарплаты. Ситуация следующая. А вы заходите, тут есть еще места. Спереди куча мест, вот там по бокам. Вот это статистика поисковых запросов, то есть кого сейчас компании ищут на рынке, да? То есть кого они хотят нанять. Это информация по джину, то есть четверть получается, это такой чистый enterprise, то есть Java и .NET, да, две как бы enterprise технологии. Еще четверть это у нас веб, JavaScript и PHP. Ну еще четверть, наверное, может чуть меньше, это, ну вот эта часть, это в принципе mobile все, да. Даже C++, ну это скорее всего mobile. Ну там игрушки немножко. iOS, Android, ну и чистый mobile. То есть это как бы кого хотят нанять. Ну и, кстати, QA много почему-то ищут. Даже странно. Вот. Это данные по зарплатам. То есть как мы их получили? Это информация по джину, то есть там у каждого кандидата есть зарплатные ожидания. И это одно. И второе, мы трекаем каждый найм, который происходит. Соответственно, мы знаем, вот, кого наняли и на какие деньги. Ну, плюс-минус там, да, ну, примерно. Соответственно, можем сказать, вот, данные в общем агрегированы. То есть, получается, нанимают в принципе всех, да. То есть наймы и на 1000, и на 2, и на 3, и на 4. Интересно то, что, вот, например, людей до $500, ну, то есть люди без опыта, там, полгода опыта, да, это совсем джуниоры. Вот их нанимают, их наняли меньше в штуках, чем вот людей от 3500 и выше. То есть вот там верхний кусок, да, 3500, 4. Вот этих товарищей наняли больше в абсолютных значениях, ну конкретно у нас на сервисе, чем вот совсем джуниоров. Это не значит, что джуниоров прям совсем не нанимают, но, наверное, есть другие, может быть, методы, там, учебные центры, там, вузы и так далее. Вот. При этом как бы нанимают всех, но не всех одинаково хорошо, легко нанимают. Это статистика по вакансиям на DOUA. Ситуация такая, что если вы разместили вакансию senior Java разработчика, то вам статистически откликнется 1 или 2 кандидата. Вот. Ну, в принципе, один есть, да, можно его нанять, и как бы вопрос решен. С мидлами, ну, примерно то же самое, чуть больше, да, ну, там, несколько человек в среднем откликается. Зато на вакансию QA или на вакансию junior разработчика, их там десятки откликов, часто бывают вакансии там, с сотнями откликов. То есть очень большое количество людей откликается вот на вакансии начального уровня. Примерно то же самое, да, но в другом разрезе. Это информация по вакансиям, которые есть на DOUA, и как бы по уровням вакансий. То есть вот это вот красное – это senior. То есть очень много компаний хочет нанять senior разработчиков, и они размещают соответствующие вакансии. Ну и middle, собственно, ну, почти 4/5 рынка, да, это вот такие вакансии для специалистов с опытом работы там, от 2 от 3 лет. При этом вот на 443 вакансии senior разработчика было 800 желающих, да, их занять, то есть там по 2 человека на вакансию. А если мы посмотрим на джуниоров синенькие, было 46 вакансий всего, да, из целой кучи. На эти 46 вакансий было 970 желающих кандидатов. То есть там 20 человек. Это именно люди. Ну, одни и те же, я не знаю. По идее, я не знаю, насколько они там, одни или не одни. То есть, ну, по сути, 20 раз там разница, да. Это там за последние пару месяцев информация. То есть у нас там в месяц где-то 1000 вакансий, это тут за 2 месяца там, или за 1500 вакансий. Теперь, если посмотреть, ну, тоже про зарплаты, но уже про наймы, да, то есть на какие суммы нанимают каких специалистов. Там тоже, ну, вот .NET и Java это у нас такой enterprise для больших аутсорсинговых компаний в основном. Там плюс-минус одинаково, единственное, что джавистов на 4000 еще нанимают, дотнетчиков так уже не сильно. Но, в принципе, похожая картина. По вебу, ну, PHP-шников много нанимают, на удивление, да. При этом, ну, как бы там такой диапазон, ну, там, до 4000 вы сможете нанять себе хорошего веб-программиста, неважно на чем. Единственная только поправочка, это не наймы, это вот то, кому компании предлагают свои вакансии, да, каким специалистам, какого уровня. То есть если у вас, грубо говоря, есть там, человек на $3000 кандидат, вот ему предложили там, 5 компаний своих вакансий. А кандидату на $5000 предложили одну вакансию. Ну и то же самое с джуниорами, им тоже не сильно хотят предлагать вакансии. А mobile, ну, Android чуть-чуть дешевле, да, но в принципе там нормальное распределение, там, с медианой в районе 3000, да. Android чуть-чуть ниже, а iOS чуть дальше, да, там есть спрос еще там до 4000, но там латте, макьято для iOS-разработчика стоит дороже, чем для Android, очевидно. Вот. Интересная картина по PM. То есть у нас на Dow, по крайней мере, часто идет споры насчет карьеры, да, вот, то есть я развиваюсь как технический специалист или я в менеджмент иду. Вот по нашим, по данным, которые на Джине, по наймам, получается, что PM, в общем-то, подешевле существенно. То есть пик спроса на PM в районе 2,5. В то время как тимлиды, ну, их там и на 4 нанимают, и на 5 у нас там было пару случаев. В принципе, они выше, как бы, с точки зрения зарплат, но и это более сложная позиция, да, то есть часто ищут junior PM. Я не знаю, что это значит, но такой вот, ну их реально, ну, ищут, прям вакансии есть, и их нанимают. Ну вот это явно junior PM, ну кто это такой, я не знаю. Что это за project manager с зарплатой $1000? Может, из академии какой-то компьютерной. Вот, и если вам как бы еще хочется посмотреть на зарплаты чужие, то у нас есть такой виджет на сайте по данным наших пользователей. Там можно это все бесплатно смотреть, втыкать. Так, ну и последняя часть у меня осталась, это тренды. Какие у нас тренды? Как вы думаете, все хорошо или все плохо? Кто за то, что все будет хорошо? О, какая позитивная аудитория. Кто думает, что все будет плохо? Остальные, они те, которые думают, они просто не поднимают руки. Зачем? Все равно все будет плохо. Да? То есть за год, да, это статистика за год, размещение вакансий на нашем сайте ДО. По сути, синенькая это вакансии, их примерно осталось то же количество. То есть у нас там новые компании появляются, какие-то меньше размещают, какие-то больше, но вот общее количество вакансий стабильно. При этом количество людей, которые на них откликаются, вот оно растет постоянно. Может быть, это связано с тем, что у нас там сайт такой хороший становится, там кнопочки более удобные. Ну, второе объяснение, то, что просто больше людей хочет найти работу или поменять, или там переезжает. Соответственно, больше желающих, ну, больше откликов на каждую вакансию. То есть, если год назад там был 1 к 1 показатель, да, 1000 человек, 1000 вакансий, сейчас 1 к 2 примерно. Зарплаты, ну, тут вы не смотрите прям так совсем, потому что тут 2000, а тут 2400. То есть это как бы верхушка, да, то есть это не 0 внизу. Поэтому все не так плохо. Но есть какой-то там заметный, в принципе, тренд вниз. Это данные по людям, которых нанимают на Джине. Да? То есть, если год назад нанимали и медиана по найму была там в районе 2400, то сейчас в сентябре там, ближе к 2 уже была. Опять же, это не значит, что у кого-то падают обязательно. Просто значит, например, стало больше кандидатов с меньшими зарплатными ожиданиями, и их, соответственно, нанимают, и медиана по рынку просела. Но это опять среднее. То есть, когда мы говорим про зарплаты, нельзя говорить про среднее, потому что оно как бы не отражает картину. Нужно смотреть в разрезе. Вот если мы посмотрим, например, по технологиям, вот это оптимистичный зеленый цвет, это JavaScript, да, вот фронтенд разработчики. Вот они, в принципе, это за 3 года. То есть они как были, они то есть до сих пор являются самыми, в принципе, горячими там на рынке труда, да, то есть их все хотят до сих пор. Ну и это видно в том, что зарплаты у них там постоянно прирастают. Даже там средние, да, это медиана по данным Dow. При этом есть внизу какой-нибудь QA, да, тестировщики. То есть там, где постоянно идет приток новых кадров, и где много желающих работать, соответственно, это все, держит уровень зарплат на одном уровне, они не растут. То есть они как были 3 года назад, там, сколько-то долларов, вот и сейчас они где-то в районе 1000. Это медиана. Компании как росли, несмотря на кризис, как бы пока подросли все равно даже в 2014. Не знаю, что там будет через полгода, может он как-то откорректируется. Но вот это тренд, который на сайте у нас есть. То есть каждый год там, вот в августе мы там собирали статистику. Было там 14,5 тысяч, сейчас почти 28. Ну, много. Это количество людей, которые работают в компаниях, в крупных, в топ-25. То есть на 25 компаний сейчас получается 28 тысяч человек. То есть на всех вместе. И последний тренд — это то, что вот количество желающих, которые хотят попасть в индустрию, оно вот растет. Это видно и там, по форумам ДОУ, где люди постоянно приходят и спрашивают, как найти работу. И по школам, курсам, которые открываются там, каждый месяц, какие-то очередные. И вот там недавно было обсуждение на ДОУ, учебный центр одной из компаний. Им пришло 1400 желающих, да, анкет на 80 или сколько там мест. Просто в учебный этот курс, да, то есть это еще даже не вакансия. То есть и по данным тех же тестировщиков джуниоров, там порядка 20 человек претендуют на одну вакансию. Вот. Но хорошая новость заключается в том, что на самом деле все как бы толковые, перспективные джуниоры или там не джуниоры даже, они все каким-то образом умудряются находить работу. То есть нет такого, что как бы вот все плохо и найти работу нельзя. То есть вроде бы желающих много, но среди них много людей, которые не очень заточены быть программистами, вот просто им хочется иметь офис красивый, там, в каком-нибудь Гулливере сидеть с видом на парковку. Это старая презентация, у меня был еще один тут слайд про тренды. Вот. Но так как его нет, то на этом все. У меня есть время 1 минута и 45 секунд. Если есть 3 вопроса, еще, наверное, успеем задать. Вопросы? Как бы хороший вопрос. Вот у меня нет ответа, но по двум причина такая, что есть 2 больших фактора риска, да, которые влияют на нашу индустрию там, аутсорсинга. Первый — это внешний фактор, то, что происходит там в Штатах конкретно, и в меньшей степени Европа. Это, да, то есть там сейчас там активный рост, соответственно, много компаний, много инвестиций, они нанимают людей, и это как дефицит распространяется, да, и влияет на рост зарплат, в том числе и в Украине. Вот. Если в следующем году там будет отставание, то, о чем сейчас там многие пишут, что вот там бабл. То есть если это произойдет, соответственно, будет спад спроса, и, соответственно, явно не будет никакого роста в Украине или даже там какое-то сокращение. Но это один фактор внешний. И второй чисто внутренний — это вот то, что у нас на Востоке происходит, там, война. Да. Понятно, что если программисты Люксофта будут получать повестки через одного, да, то компании начнут паниковать и не будут пытаться или не давать контракты, или там еще что-то делать. Но, соответственно, это не как бы такой фактор риска, который нельзя прогнозировать. То есть, если он произойдет, то все обвалится. Надеюсь, он не произойдет. Да. Да. Такие гипотетические вопросы. Я не знаю, какой-то остроумный ответ хочется придумать. Пусть они сначала поставят 100 тысяч, пусть хотя бы 10 поставят, пусть хотя бы 2 поставят для начала. 100 тысяч? Честно говоря, нет. А как в это можно поверить? Окей. Осталось 5-6 лет. Их можно привезти, конечно, из Бангалора, но я не уверен, что они захотят сюда ехать. Спасибо большое. Если есть какой-то вопрос, у меня есть почта и Twitter, и я с удовольствием там отвечу. Спасибо.
Всем привет. Какой язык мы выбираем? Поднимите руку, кому русский будет комфортным. Английский? Но если бы были проблемы с английским, я думаю, на них бы кто-то поднял руку. Хорошо. У меня сейчас... Я начну. У меня сейчас будет презентация про тот проект, который мы сделали не так давно. Мы запустили его в апреле этого года. И на сегодняшний день этот инструмент предоставляет пользователям доступ к открытым государственным данным. В принципе, ничего революционного нет, за исключением того, что на сегодняшний день многие организации государственные не хранят данные в электронном виде вообще. Все данные, которые производятся центральными исполнительными органами власти, местными органами власти, все эти данные, собственно говоря, являются бумажными, и законом есть законное требование, чтобы они в бумажном виде сохранялись. Создав этот инструмент, мы создаем новый рынок в Украине абсолютно. На сегодняшний день я представляю Social Boost. Это общественная организация и коммерческое предприятие в одном лице. Мы занимаемся тем, что курируем деятельность более 1000 IT-волонтеров по всей стране. И эти волонтеры создают стартапы очень быстро, за 2 дня на хакатоне, используя открытые данные. Как это происходит, как эти стартапы из хакатона попадают в акселераторы, я расскажу сейчас. Значит, мы на сегодняшний день имеем ситуацию, когда офлайн проблемы стало вполне реальным решать при помощи онлайн-инструментов. Технология позволяет создавать мобильные веб-приложения, которые направлены на решение социальных проблем, которые действительно волнуют граждан. Это ямы на дорогах, это открытые люки, это пропавшие собаки, это криминогенность, это публичный транспорт и так далее. Все эти проблемы, они касаются людей в основном локально. Есть проблемы, которые, скажем, связаны с прозрачностью, и они, конечно, волнуют людей на национальном уровне, такие как, например, распределение бюджетных средств или, скажем, использование каких-то кадровых ресурсов, данные по экологии, еще что-то. Вот. Люди в основном занимаются тем, что они организовываются в группы в социальных сетях. Я ненавижу Укравтодор, мне там не нравится, я не знаю, то, что на Донбассе начали добывать сланцевый газ. Все это приводит в итоге к митингам, к тому, что группу самых ярых активистов, там 4 человека, зовут в горсовет или в Кабмин, и дальше говорят: ребята, какие у вас конкретно требования, что вам вообще надо? Отстаньте от нас, потому что проблема плохо решается, мы не знаем, что с этим делать, и давайте ее решать вот в такой способ. Это абсолютно недейственный механизм, и многие люди понимают. Украина отличается от всех стран СНГ в этом плане. Здесь люди умеют не просто создать группу в социальной сети, они умеют написать очень быстро приложение, потому что достаточно много у нас программистов, которые работают в международных компаниях, все социально активны, все граждански сознательные, все ходят на майданы, на всякие митинги и, собственно говоря, читают интернет. Это дает возможность им понимать ситуацию лучше всех остальных и реагировать соответствующим образом. Зачем они это делают? Потому что они таким образом повышают самооценку, и, кроме того, они находят себе новых знакомых, новых друзей, формируют нетворк, получают некоторое влияние. На сегодняшний день мы сформировали организацию, которая объединяет такого рода инициативы, веб и мобильные, но прежде всего это люди. Эти люди, наши мероприятия, у нас их было достаточно много, в основном это хакатоны, реже просто митапы людей, которые хотят поговорить, подискутировать на определенную тему, встречи с инвесторами, и так далее. Вот. Больше всего мы концентрируемся на хакатонах, когда мы закрываем на 48 часов людей, которые хотят создать социально значимые какие-то проекты, и, собственно говоря, через 48 часов двери открываем, показываем все наработки жюри, даем денег и помогаем с акселерацией. Вот. На сегодняшний день мы собрали уже более 800 идей. Я знаю, что, например, многие люди принимали активное участие в IT-палатке на Майдане. Но IT-палатка на Майдане, если я не ошибаюсь, там собрала 200 с чем-то идей. Потому что короткий период времени, практически за 3 года жизни, нашей организации было собрано более 800 проектов. Это проекты, которые связаны с реальными проблемами, которые волнуют реальных людей. Они не все были реализованы. Обычно мы собираем под мероприятие от 80 до 100 идей проектов, и 100, может быть, 150 людей приходят, чтобы реализовывать сам проект. Соответственно, сегодня мы имеем вот эту базу проектов, около 20 приложений, которые мы профинансировали, которые сегодня живут. Вот. И более 1000 людей, которые прошли через наши мероприятия, пошли дальше в коммерческий сектор, продолжают быть активистами, пошли работать в правительство и так далее. Учитывая то, что всем этим людям нужна всего одна простая вещь – данные, мы начали заниматься темой открытых данных. Все очень просто. Человек хочет, например, решить проблему своевременного инсулина для тех, кто болеет. Нам нужно всего 3 датасета получить от правительства для того, чтобы такой сервис можно было сделать за сутки. Это транспортное расписание, это, скажем, адресная программа там, аптек и, допустим, государственный перечень лекарственных препаратов с номерами лицензий, которые соответствуют определенным аптекам. Мы скрещиваем 3 датасета, у нас получается сервис вот так вот просто за сутки, который мы публикуем в App Store. Если мы угадали с проблемой, она действительно есть в обществе, не нужно никакой рекламы, она набирает популярность. Таким образом, мы пришли к тому, что мы решили создать портал Data.gov.ua. Он государственный. Мы создали его исходя из того, что вот этими всеми вещами мы занимаемся. То есть это и портал, это и данные, волонтеры, социально значимые проекты и так далее. Вот. Сегодня у нас есть 3 направления, и, собственно говоря, портал помогает всем 3 состояться. Первое – это направление связано с тем, что такого рода проекты, про которые вот я вам говорю, они являются гражданскими стартапами. В частности, потому что очень часто они защищают гражданские права какие-то. И эти проекты зачастую, они должны быть в нормальной стране сделаны государством. Там, где есть бюджеты на это, там, где есть подрядчики, которые специализируются на транспортных решениях, на решениях для горводоканала, на решениях для повышения качества медицины и так далее. У нас этих вендоров попросту нет. Если государство объявит тендер на электронную систему управления, например, горводоканалом, такой себе дэшборд простейший для iPad, то придет Microsoft, придет Cisco, IBM, они скажут, вот у нас есть технологии, в принципе, готовы предоставить триальные версии, дальше вы будете платить. И с тем, чтобы пришел какой-то разработчик, взял эти технологии и сделал. Вот. Мы идем с другого конца, когда люди сами разрабатывают то, что им действительно нужно, те решения, которые им действительно пригодятся, и притворяем их в государственные услуги. То есть если мы говорим о системе транспорта, это вполне логично, если такой сервис будет поддерживаться Киевсоветом, и группа, которая разработала этот сервис, будет его дальше вести. Если мы говорим о сервисе, который, например, занимается бюджетами, вполне логично, если за него будут открытыми бюджетами, я имею в виду, вполне логично, что им будет заниматься государственное агентство, которое там, например, в ведомстве где-то Минэкономики находится. Если мы говорим о каком-то сервисе, связанном с координацией, то это Минсоцполитики, ну и так далее. Вот. Собственно говоря, те гражданские стартапы, которые могут стать государственными услугами, мы им помогаем таковыми становиться. На сегодняшний день у нас есть хорошая поддержка со стороны правительства. Мы являемся партнерами агентства по электронному правительству. Раньше такая поддержка тоже декларировалась, но по факту мы ее не получали. Хотя несколько проектов все-таки сделать удалось. Сеть волонтеров, которая у нас есть, мы хотели бы оформить в бригады. Это постоянно действующие формализованные группы людей, которые разрабатывают приложения. Мы сталкиваемся с тем, что на наши хакатоны приезжает более 60% людей из регионов. Я считаю, что это неправильно. Эти люди должны свои местные проблемы не выносить на киевский уровень, не ездить на наши хакатоны, а мы должны сделать механизм, позволяющий им взаимодействовать эффективно с городской администрацией и разрабатывать локальные решения локально. В Николаеве есть международные IT-компании, во Львове есть, в Днепропетровске есть, в Харькове есть. Зачем эти люди едут в Киев через полстраны, когда им надо идти общаться с местной властью по поводу того, как именно они будут латать дороги, как будут выглядеть те, кто украл люк, или, собственно говоря, что делать с экологической ситуацией вокруг Мариуполя. Вот. И, собственно говоря, открытые данные для того, чтобы помогать государству лучше управлять городом. То есть у нас есть данные, связанные, например, с транспортными потоками, данные, связанные с количеством людей, которые пользуются метро, пользуются другими видами общественного транспорта. Это помогает оптимизировать, скажем, транспорт. То же самое касается медицины и любого другого использования государственного аппарата в качестве сервисной машины. На сегодняшний день мы делаем вот этот хакатон, можете посмотреть, как это происходит, если вы не участник мероприятия. Мы отобрали 11 проектов из, по-моему, 60 поданных, и завтра они будут показывать свои питчи на Techstage в 2 часа дня, так что приходите посмотреть. В основном все инструменты, которые хотят создавать люди, они где-то находятся вокруг краудфандинга, мобильного репортинга, то есть сообщения чего-то там с мест, онлайн-дискуссий по принятию определенных решений, рейтинги онлайн, опять же, которые касаются депутатов, врачей, еще чего-то, организация волонтеров. Сюда же начали добавляться сервисы, касающиеся безопасности, как ни странно, учитывая последние события в нашей стране. И, собственно говоря, это очень хорошо ложится в канву, где гражданам нужна поддержка государства. Почему открытые данные? Потому что на сегодняшний день очень сложно добиться нормального электронного управления, того, что называется e-government. Во-первых, у нас есть проблемы, связанные с законом. Все, что писалось до сегодняшнего дня, нужно переписывать. Во-вторых, есть инфраструктурные решения. Это система интероперабельности, электронно-цифровая подпись, это национальное облако, это мобильное ID. Ну, то есть куча каких-то систем, которые очень долго будут разрабатываться. Это годы просто. Это минимум 2 года для того, чтобы это сделать. Это при условии, что деньги уже лежат на столе. Плюс административные услуги, которые на сегодняшний день есть, но их настолько мало, что такими темпами мы не сможем просто как государство их генерировать очень много. Но есть открытые данные и есть гражданское общество. Соответственно, если мы дожмем государство, мы его дожмем, уже готов про открытые данные закон, готов портал, в принципе, есть политическая воля, я думаю, там с новым парламентом все будет хорошо. И когда они появятся, эти самые открытые данные, то, соответственно, написать сервисы на них не составляет труда. В чем смысл вот этого нашего давления на государство? Он заключается в том, что на сегодняшний день мы и так имеем портал, мы имеем на нем кучу открытых данных, но это данные, которые собрали активисты. Они написали кучу запытов, по этим запытам или бумажки, либо имейлы, либо там не знаю что, и дальше привели это в машиночитаемый вид. CSV, XML, ну, в общем, то, с чем можно работать для написания приложений. Портал в себе содержит API, соответственно, можно коннектиться к любым базам через select запросы и создавать таким образом приложения, основанные на портале. Вот. И мы хотим, чтобы государственные органы были обязаны выкладывать датасеты на этот портал, и так оно и будет, собственно говоря, сначала на национальном уровне, потом это будет реализовано в городах, и эти данные будут обновляться по мере поступления новых данных. Соответственно, если мы имеем транспортное расписание, то там не позже, чем через 3 дня после того, как расписание обновилось, новый датасет должен быть накатом перезалит на портал. 206 миллиардов евро – это та цифра, которую Евросоюз декларирует как новый рынок разработок, которые появятся на основе открытых данных до 2020 года. Я считаю, что это очень оптимистичная цифра, и пускай она нас не коснется, но если у нас рынок будет хотя бы 10 миллионов евро составлять, это уже, в принципе, много для Украины. Как это все началось? В 2008 году британское правительство решили упорядочить данные, которые они производят. Они приняли закон, который обязывает государственные органы публиковать данные в цифровом виде сразу, то есть так называемый digital by default. Вот. И разработали систему, собственно говоря, в которой на сегодняшний день находится 19 с лишним тысяч датасетов. У нас на сегодняшний день чуть больше 100. В Молдове, скажем, которая запустила портал открытых данных год назад, чуть больше 700. То есть нам нужны какие-то просто невероятные темпы, чтобы добраться до этого уровня вообще прозрачности и количества данных, которые государство генерирует и к которым предоставляет доступ. Но, собственно говоря, произошло знаменательное событие. Система оказалась действительно хорошей, и ее перевели в open source. Назвали эту систему так называемый CKN, Comprehensive Knowledge Archive Network. Вот. И эта система, в принципе, доступна для скачивания. Это как WordPress. На ней можно делать портал открытых данных. Это, в принципе, задача сложная, но она гораздо проще, чем написание, скажем, портала с нуля. Вот на этой системе мы, собственно говоря, и сделали свой портал. Система такая, что правительство отдает данные через API, в обмен налогами получает новое поступление в бюджет. И эта схема является, в принципе, достаточно рабочей для государства. Наш портал работает как, собственно говоря, комбинация CCAN и Drupal. Есть так называемая еще модификация этой системы, которая называется DCAN. Это когда фронтенд весь написан на Drupal, а весь бэкенд это CCAN. И, собственно говоря, вы можете использовать API для того, чтобы писать свои приложения достаточно быстро. Вот. Но поскольку времени мало, я не буду вам про benefits рассказывать, вы уже их и так поняли. Вот проекты, которые написаны на открытых данных. Есть, например, Edumeter, позволяющий определить, в какую школу отдать ребенка, основываясь на данных внешнего независимого оценивания, которые ребята нашкребли с Министерства образования. Вы думаете, до этого проекта Министерство образования знало, как в школах в разных областях дети сдают финальный экзамен? Нет. Эти данные никогда не поступали в министерство наверх. Ребята собрали всю эту базу, и теперь можно понять, какая школа находится ближе к дому по карте. И кроме того, есть еще распределение качества образования по точным гуманитарным и естественным наукам, что дает возможность понять, в какую школу объективно надо отдавать ребенка, а не так, как их фокус-группа ответила, что мы отдаем детей в школу, основываясь на том, как долго туда ехать, нормальный ли человек директор и сколько надо сдавать на ремонт. Вот. А City Transport — это система с точностью до минуты, которая рассчитывает движение по Киеву общественного транспорта. Они тоже используют расписание. И Zloch in UA — это, собственно говоря, карта криминогенности. Данные о совершенных преступлениях и времени преступления, которые позволяют понять, как безопасно добраться из гостей домой пешком в час ночи, например. Скриншот сделан еще до начала событий на Востоке. Как вы видите, там уже все хорошо по цвету. Вот. Вот портал. Он, в принципе, рабочий. Можете спокойно его смотреть. Он открывается на мобильных устройствах. На главной странице там есть перечень тематик, собственно говоря, по которым можно найти датасеты. Все категории обозначены, по которым датасеты есть. Есть его удобный поиск и поиск также по организациям, которые публикуют данные. В будущем мы хотим сделать так, чтобы вот они все темы, там на главной странице вы это увидите. Мы хотим сделать так, чтобы отдельные наборы данных при открытии, там это уже заложено в коде, были настолько детализированы, что можно было увидеть имя, фамилию и рабочий телефон чиновника, который опубликовал этот датасет, чтобы можно было найти крайнего. На сегодняшний день эти датасеты были, как я вам говорю, сформированы активистами, и это не есть правильно. Они достоверные, но как бы не обновляются, у них есть дата какая-то. Вот. Те данные, которые будут публиковаться дальше, ответственность за их публикацию будет лежать на государстве, и это очень хорошо. Вот. Соответственно, данные можно предварительно как-то там визуализировать в зависимости от того, что за датасет, поиграться, например, с графиками, с таблицами или там с картой, например. В принципе, это базовые какие-то функции, ими редко пользуются разработчики, ими пользуются скорее гражданские активисты или журналисты, те, кто хотят по бюджету что-то посмотреть, еще по какой-то там статистике. Ничего, в принципе, особо сложного. Но у каждого датасета при там каком-то клике есть вложенная вкладка, и там есть API. И можно, собственно говоря, посмотреть, как подключиться к этому датасету. Получите полную раскладку, в принципе. Вот, кому нравится, вот так это может выглядеть. И делать кастомные select-запросы к отдельным ячейкам, отдельных взятых баз данных, и таким образом взаимодействовать с теми базами, которые на сегодняшний день есть. Портал, как я сказал, уже написан на Дикане. Есть четкое описание, как работает API, вот по ссылке, или просто можете загуглить Дикан и найти, как он работает. Ничего, в принципе, экстраординарного. Проект на сегодняшний день развернут в майкрософтовском облаке, потому что Microsoft поддержал создание этого проекта год назад. Ну, не год назад, в апреле месяце. Вот, это год назад мы приступили к созданию. И, собственно говоря, вот эти несколько проектов в более крупном масштабе и еще несколько моих любимых проектов. Например, рекреационные парки Сан-Франциско, очень классное приложение. Оно, это старый скриншот, но можете найти наверняка более новую версию. И вот приложение, например, которое тоже основано на открытых данных. Если у вас включено приложение и включен GPS, то приложение, собственно говоря, проверяет, не находитесь ли вы случайно в зоне какого-то общепита, в котором отравилось более 50 людей. Если это так, вы сразу получаете смс-ку от горсовета про то, что как бы, ребята, лучше вообще тут не находиться. Вот. Простейший сервис, как бы, но крайне полезный. Вот. У меня, в принципе, все. Я буду рад ответить на вопросы либо в Фейсбуке, либо по почте, либо сейчас в кулуарах. Мне кажется, просто сейчас эта сцена будет заканчиваться, здесь все буду закрывать. Поэтому с радостью присоединюсь к вам в зале и поговорим, отвечу на все вопросы. Да, еще момент. На ресепшене лежит полное описание портала, такие триплеты желтого цвета. Можете взять, почитать, там все расписано о том, как это работает, для чего это делалось и куда это все идет. Спасибо.